Quorum is not 18. Quorum is half of the entire body, not half of those present. Yes.
What was that?
Well, it's formula. Quorum is half of the people present divided by equal.
Majority is half present.
Majority. True.
Yeah.
True. Okay.
In,
Alright, we put in a wrong formula. Oh, we have formula? Yeah, we have formulation. So, I know. So, 22. There we go. We have 35 present. 35 present. What's the total body? 43.
yeah, so we're good.
Because nobody was removed.
Okay, so we're good?
We're good.
Okay. So, ready to move? Okay. Next thing, we're going to do public comments. If there's anybody in the gallery in the back that has anything would like to address SLEC at this time. I don't see anybody asking for time, so we would move over to the adoption of the agenda. My apologies, everybody, for the errors on the agenda, time, place, and presenter for the convention committee. I had all that stuff updated, but I didn't upload the final agenda to the form, so. But the other details are correct. So, adoption of agenda. Anybody have a motion to adopt the agenda or a motion to amend it?
16. Second.
Do we need?
Okay, you move to adopt?
Yes.
Okay, is there an objection?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I have a question. Do we need to motion to correct it since it's the wrong date? Yeah. Okay.
I think that'd be a friendly, yeah, I mean, that's the, so,
Would the body entertain the motion to amend? We'd like to amend the agenda to move the budget up to right behind, what was it, Carter?
The staff report.
Right below the staff reports. That'll free up Carter to continue on in the afternoon with setting up everything for the party later. So,
Second.
right after staff reports or right after the break that's after the?
Right after the break.
Right after, sorry, okay. Okay, so. You still have that nation building presentation also.
That's fine, I'll speak back for it.
Sorry?
I'll speak back for that, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion to amend, moving the budget discussion, the budget presentation up. So is there any objection to doing that?
I object.
Okay.
When is it going to be exactly?
I heard after
You
the
would
break.
scroll just a little bit. I'm sorry, I'm gonna be bossy.
After the
After
break?
the consolidated staff report, put it there.
Well, after that break.
Oh, after the break,
After that
so.
break.
so it'd be
Okay.
10:55.
Yeah. And then,
Assuming we're on time.
do you want to go right into Nation Builder, or do you want to let
No,
Jesse do a
that's fine.
report and then?
Because Nation Builder is still before lunch. That frees me up all after lunch, right?
Yeah.
Budget,
So that's what I would
I
want.
think the budget.
You just want to get that up before lunch. Okay, I got you. Okay.
Offset.
Okay, so
I know, they think
we're
it's.
clear on
before
what's
lunch,
being
so
moved, right? It's being moved up to right after the break that comes right after the staff reports. Everything else will just slide down.
Can you scroll down? There's actually 2 items on the agenda for budget. If I'm correct.
We're talking about his presentation, 2026 budget presentation. Do you want to bring them?
Oh, I guess
That's all I've heard so far.
I guess I was looking at the wrong agenda.
And then we would come back and
Can we,
vote on the budget later. That
I feel like
seems
we
funky
need
to
to see an
me.
updated agenda.
Request for information. If we are, sorry, take grade through SD1.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
If we are moving a really big chunk of time up, do we need to move the LNC report or I guess the LNC report after lunch?
I'm fine with that.
So we're not messing with lunch, like the break.
I'm okay with whatever the body wants to do to kind of make this work. It is kind of a monkey wrench, but yeah, it's either that or real late lunch, so.
Okay.
Ideally, we want to get the budget and the nation builder stuff done before lunch. That way Carter is freed up for the afternoon to prep for event stuff.
Is the motion worded that way as right?
Rainbows and
It
unicorns.
can be,
Okay,
should
Okay,
be.
we're deep in discussion here. We can either
And
withdraw
some-
the-
Make another amendment.
Yeah.
Are you gonna raise a point of order?
Yes, sure. The budget proposal is only 10 minutes. And so if we will just stop debating this and move on about the stuff that we normally do, we can probably make it up and not have to move anything.
Because it's just, okay, it's just, where are we? Is there any further, anybody else want to speak to this issue, moving this one chunk so Carter can leave a little bit earlier? Yes, Sean,
I'm gonna call the question.
fine with me. Any objection to just voting on this, as we understand it? We're good. Everybody in favor of making this requested change, please raise your hand. Everybody that's opposed, no opposition at all, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. So we have a new agenda with the budget presentation coming up after that short break. We now need to look at last meeting's minutes. Is there a motion or is anybody?
Well, technically you moved to amend the agenda, you didn't actually adopt the agenda. Move to adopt the agenda as amended.
Thank you. Second, any option?
Objection.
Okay, yes, Sean?
I motion to, can't amend the agenda for 11/8 San Antonio.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Otherwise, our meeting's over.
Yeah, slight copy paste there, problem there. I have an
Say again?
updated agenda that shows the correct date and place, and it also shows Nathan Polsky as being the presenter for convention. That's another copy paste from last time. But those changes, everything else should be correct, unless there are any further amendments. So, was there any objection to correcting the date and place? No objection, so it carries. We're good. Everybody okay?
Now moving to adopt the agenda as amended.
Is there any objection to adopting the agenda as further amended? No objection. We're on. We're good. Now, meeting minutes.
I move to accept the minutes.
Thank you. Is there any objection to accepting the minutes that were published by our secretary? Hearing no objection, that also carries. That gets us up to me. I can't keep my own time, so somebody's gonna have to, anybody wanna volunteer to run time on the stuff that's going on? That's usually Mr. Wilford, but he's not present. Can somebody set a timer for 10 minutes?
I got you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I did not create a report this time. Kind of overtaken by events with that. I do have some notes I want to talk through, and I'll see if I can work this up into a kind of more formal speech transcript after the meeting. If I had written a formal report, I think I would have called it "Let's fucking go." We have a lot of work to do in a short amount of time, so that's sort of the spirit of where my head is. Hopefully yours is too, or we can all get there together, or at least some of us will get there together. Got a question. Show of hands. How many of y'all have read Carter's post from September 27 titled Charting a New Course, Division to Direction? You've actually read that piece, okay? That's something. I would commend that to your consideration. I think you did a good job lining out a proposal that we all need to take to heart. The TLDR is factionalism is so last year. We need to unify. We need to grow. He quoted like from Ben Franklin, "Join or die." Picture of a snake separated into segments. Like we either come together as one body or we perish. I have heard somewhere the average life of a third party in the United States is about 50 years. Well, guess what? So like we're kind of where are we going from here? And how are we going to do that? Carter's main point was that the attrition that is typical for an organization like ours, we get a little bit of a revolving door, is often compensated for by the big flurry of volunteers and activists that we get out of once in 4 presidential campaigns. And that didn't happen for various reasons that have people blaming each other and so on and so forth. But we did not get, there are people here today who came in 2020 through the Jorgensen Cohen campaign. That was a huge shot in the arm for us, and we didn't get that shot. So we are kind of stumbling along, doing the same thing, expecting different results, and that's, you know, what they say about that. That means we have to bootstrap this thing. We have to grow the party ourselves, because the national candidate didn't just hand us a rack of new people. Who is actually responsible for growing the party? Yeah, well, specifically, SLEC is. Like, that's everybody, you've heard this from me from time to time, rule, 4A65, the district representative shall actively work for the growth party. What the staff is trying to do now, and has been doing, is, let me hold that because I'm skipping ahead. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do it. Staff is working on equipping us as an executive committee to do the thing we're supposed to be doing. Most of that energy recently has been going into our Nation Builder CRM, constituent relationship management software, so that we have the toolkit with which to grow the party, to reach out to people that we can, at least, it's like, should be a warm lead, right? It's somebody that actually got in our database somehow. So it's better than just going up to people in Walmart and saying, hey, have you heard about the Libertarian Party? So we should be able to come through there and find some people who would maybe be willing to get engaged, just nobody has asked them to yet. It occurs to me, like, does anybody know how many resolutions we've passed since the first of the year? You might, because
3, 4, 3.
according to the website, 6. We have 6 posted resolutions that have gone up since the beginning of the year. If there are any others that didn't get published, then I don't know about those. And, you know, if a resolution gets passed in the forest and there's nobody there to hear, it didn't even really happen, you know. But anyway, so we managed to pass 6 resolutions condemning various things we found offensive. Is there anybody here, show of hands, that has actually led anybody into the party personally, one-on-one, talking to them and inviting them to an event and getting them to join up?
Successfully?
Good.
Successes.
Well, successfully. Trying is better than not trying, but yeah, ideally we're winning some. That's good. That's a good, it's a solid minority of what's going on here. So we do have some motion in that direction. Strategically, growth needs to be our sole objective. I would submit that that's a survival issue for us. Because otherwise the attrition is a function of people being here long enough to realize that we're not going anywhere, and then realizing that they want to do something else that they feel like would be more productive. That's typically, I mean, I know people have personal things, they move, somebody gets sick, or they get married and have a kid or whatever. We got that too, like personal life comes first. But there's also problems with burnout and people just getting sort of sorrowfully fed up with getting the same basic sort of range of results in every election and getting the same basically silent treatment in the legislature for any ideas we have. It just gets old, right? So we have to figure out how to grow our numbers in a way that'll grow the party in a way that'll increase our numbers, increase our reach, and grow our impact. So from my point of view, what that looks like is us rallying around this idea that we need to grow the party and get really serious about doing the work. And a lot of people are not really wired. I'm not, cold calls or, calling up people and having them hang up on me is not my favorite way to spend my time. But everybody who's in any kind of sales or business development role knows, that's just the price you have to. It's like weeding your garden or something. You have to go through the however many hang-ups or telling you what's wrong with you kind of calls you get to get to the ones that will actually produce some fruit. I mentioned Nation Builder then. Show of hands, how many attended one of the 2 Nation Builder training sessions that we had? Okay, a little weak, but I understand it's hard to schedule stuff. We're all busy people. It's hard to put stuff together. That's why we did 2, to try to hit more schedule holes. They're also fair, kind of cuts both ways. It might be a wash. Some people who raise their hands actually know about Nation Builder, but they were there to help. And then there's some people who didn't go to the training because they're already in Nation Builder and they're already doing things with it, and so they don't need that. But overall, we're going to have to make this something that we're all serious about. And frankly, guys, I mean, okay, show of hands. How many of y'all are planning to run at convention to get back on SLEC? How many of y'all are more likely than not to come back at next time and have decided this is going to be your last term? Okay, so a bunch of y'all haven't really made that call yet, it looks like. Still waiting to see. I would suggest let this help inform your decision. Like, how serious are we going to get about growing the party and or not? And if we're not, let's just all, last one out, turn off the lights kind of thing, right? You may have recently seen or heard the phrase "one party, one mission." That expression came out of a convention Carter and I were having a few months ago and appears to be growing legs. It summarizes the need of our time, which is to unify the party by focusing on the mission of growing our numbers, our competence, and our effectiveness at influencing legislators and the electorate. So that is, if you continue to see or hear that, one party, one mission, the thrust of that is, what's the mission? And I'm suggesting here the mission is to grow the party. All of the other things in the abstract that we would like to do, like influencing legislators to adopt our policy suggestions, they don't give a shit about how right we are. They want to know how many votes we represent. That's how politics works.
That's how it works.
So if you want to influence a legislature, get out in your community, flip some people, and then come back and say,
blow up their phones.
Yeah, and you get those people to blow up their phones, blow up their email, show them that we have some strength. Without that strength, we are an ignorable flea on the dog's back. And those of you that have tried to do some work in the Capitol or try to get heard or have tried to reach out to people and try to grow the party, you know what that feels like. I'm going to do this. In the course of thinking about what I want to say this morning and thinking about the difference between basically being in the spectator seats, throwing rocks at the two teams that are playing and telling them both that they're not doing it right, versus actually getting in the thick of it, I just free associated to Teddy Roosevelt's "Man in the Arena" speech. Some of y'all are probably familiar with that, some of y'all may not be, but just as a reminder, I would like to read a part from that has always been resonated with me. It is not the critic who counts. So all of our negative opinions about what other people are doing counts for shit, counts for nothing, draws. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. I want to pound that. I think a lot of times, especially the party of principle, where we're always trying to be perfect and get this all we're actually arguing about who's more perfect libertarian than the other guy, right? There is no success without setbacks and opposition and failure. So you're not going to win without getting beat up. Like, that just goes with the territory. And you're not going to win without making mistakes. I mean, you can read about this and stuff on entrepreneurship, and the people I know that have been very successful is usually on about like the fourth or fifth business they tried to start. Like you have to figure it out. Is that the time?
Yeah.
Move to extend 10 minutes.
Second.
Move to extend 10. Got a second? Any objection to 10? If I quit sooner, then I wouldn't get out. But okay, so no objection. We're going to extend for 10 more. Almost there. We can't win without making mistakes, and we need to be more forgiving of each other with the mistakes that we make internally. We're still on the same team. Even if somebody fumbles the ball, you don't just fire that guy. I mean, unless he does it all the time. But, mistakes here and there are part of the deal. They're just built in. There's nothing we can do about it, except get off each other's case when we occasionally have some kind of problem. But, because there's no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does? We're talking again about the person who is actually doing the work. but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause. Is this a worthy cause?
Yes.
And they all said, yes, of course it is, right? So, spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place, I was getting like a little emotional here or something. You know? His place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. And yeah, I mean, right? That is a rousing speech if I've ever heard one, and it's a get in the game call. It's a call to action to actually get out there and do the work. There is no percentage, there's no payoff, there's no ROI on just explaining to people how wrong they are for voting for people we don't like. How to win friends. What's the opposite of how to win friends and influence people? How to make enemies and push people away, like something like that. So anyway, shouting at clouds, shouting at clouds. Shouting at clouds online is not the arena. That is a distraction at best. The arena I have in mind here for us is the practical, in real life crucible of conversations with liberty-curious prospects, anyone you think you might be able to lead into a new way of looking at our cultural institutions and a new commitment to being an advocate for liberty, since otherwise we're going to have fucking life crushed out of us, right? So that is clearly the plan, right? Or more broadly, new commitment to being an advocate for liberty, or more broadly for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That still pretty much encapsulates our agenda. If we can get people to just respect life, respect liberty, and leave each other alone as we each pursue our own version of happiness that doesn't cost other people for the consequences of our decisions, that's a winning formula right there. We should be able to sell that in these weird times that we live in. At the end of the day, we all, each of us, all of us sitting here, anybody on the executive committee, and if I'm hoping I'm getting you stirred up a little bit, a little bit like, yeah, Raw, let's go do this. If you're sitting there going like, yeah, whatever, Andrew, sit down, then I would like to invite you to not come back next term. Like we can't afford the dead weight of people who don't realize that this is the job. This is what we're here for. It's what we're supposed to be here. It's what the rules say we're here for, right? Not bickering with each other and not just shouting at people we don't approve of. It's time for us to become evangelists, competent messengers of the good news of liberty. We have to be able to actively work together to further the growth of the party. You don't have to be good at this right now, or even think that this is going to be fun or exciting. You just have to be willing to learn. What we're trying to do on the staff side is create the toolkit, create the opportunities, create the lists, make it and give you a checklist, give you a program of first you do this, then you do that. And the more time we spend demonstrating what Nation Builder does and how you use it, the better we'll get at presenting training that equips you to do the thing. And as you guys share with each other how it's doing and what's working and what's not, we'll get better messaging ironed out. Because I'm going to offend somebody, I'm sure. I don't care about the messaging that you think is right. I care about the messaging that works. What is the messaging that converts people to realizing that they're playing a rigged game, they are wasting their time, they are wasting their votes. It doesn't matter because any of the red-blue party is going to get the same shit over and over. They have to change the way they look at what is being done to us by the people who call themselves the government like that. And we have to open their eyes to that. And if we can't do that, it doesn't matter how right we are. It doesn't matter. So that's it. Yeah, I don't need the rest of this. Oh, yeah, I do, actually. We do have one more meeting between now and convention, February meeting. As we're kind of experimenting with today with the staff report and that kind of stuff, so you should see this if you're on the forums. You should have already seen this on the forum, but like all this rigmarole we go through of hearing from each of the officers individually and each of the directors individually, this is just a custom that we have that's been going on for I don't know how many terms. Anastasia might know, but like but there's nothing that specifically requires to do any of this. What is required is that district reps are supposed to report every quarter to the state party on what's going on in their district. So I would like us to just take that as a challenge sometime between now and February. Do something. You're going to get some nation builder orientation kind of stuff today. And then, even though it's the holidays, we will, as time permits, be working to help encourage those that are trying to do the work. If you have any questions or you're trying to make something work but you don't understand something, you got me, you got Carter, you got Nick Hearn is kind of our specialist on the tech side. And there are other people, depending on questions you're asking, that are competent users of Nation Builder that you can get advice from. But we have to start the outreach thing get it going, and we'll have a reality check in February to see who's going and who's not. So that's my pitch. How much time we got?
3:48.
3:48. Any comments or questions? Anybody? Kind of speaks for itself. Mr. Bradley.
It's kind of a two-part. So, Nation Builder, we're using it to basically cold call people, for lack of a better term.
Lukewarm call people, but yeah. I mean, they got in there somehow.
Yeah, right. It's kind of two parts, but how old is that data that's in there? And did we get anything from the Chase Oliver campaign?
So the data, the age, Mr. Carter, you want to?
Can I answer that just because?
Yeah. I was gonna, but you go ahead.
Yeah. I've actively reached out to Chase's campaign to see if we can get their Texas data. I don't know how different it will be from our LP Texas data. Probably not much, right?
Yeah.
But we're gonna see, right?
Yeah.
On the cold call list tracking, there's a lot of old bad data in there. To be quite frank. It's signups on the website, imports from national event attendees. It's a host of different ways.
It's a mess. Yeah.
Going into the SDs, like as I was hopping into different SDs to like do some work, there is not a single SD that didn't have a sign up in the last 6 months. So those are people that we can at least be welcoming
fresh meat
and bringing in. And several districts had 10 or 20 signups.
Let me piggyback on that, and because I don't want to have to extend again, but I want to hammer one thing because he's right on, and it raises an issue. Two things about that. Number one, the data's a mess, but that's the fun part about that, if you can call it fun, is that even the bad calls are a win because we'll be showing you how to mark in Nation Builder that this person hung up on me. And so you can mark it like, do not contact this person. That's going to save us money because we pay by the contactable record. And it cleans up our data. That's part of what you're doing. I didn't make that explicit, but part of what you'll be doing is clean up our data. You talk to somebody who wants to volunteer or give money, that's a win. You talk to somebody who's being a complete asshole and hangs up on you, that's a win because we're going to knock that guy out of our database and clean up our data. It's a win-win deal, no lose. And there's something else about the data that I forgot. So, well, Sean, you had a hand up before.
Yeah, I was kind of curious if you could ask the body how many people actually read reports. As someone who's written reports for the body, I'm pretty sure most of y'all don't read it. And I was wondering if maybe there's a better use of our time than writing basically busy work. I feel like in school.
Okay, quick show of hands. How many of you all actually get on forums, read the reports before you come to the... Okay.
No.
Nobody's going to...
I'm better counter.
But, okay, well, is there... question? Comment?
Yeah, I know that we share our data with the county chairs, right?
Yeah.
But have we requested to see if they have any data that we don't have?
Not formally, I don't think so. I think in the cases like Mr. Polsky has been is actually integrated with Nation Builder with his website. Like the San Antonio, like the counties that are active and they're actually creating data and have databases, then that question comes up organically in the everybody wanting to have more data, access to have more data. But other than that, if anybody else has anything working, like I know in Washington County, we don't have a database because there's a dozen of us. Huh?
I have a MailChimp mailing list.
Okay, well then, to be continued. Let's, we can get with Carter and we'll figure out how we can help you out. Okay, that's time, so we good? Thank y'all. Ms. Vice Chair.
All right, I'm gonna try to be quick and make up some time for us, because I know we have a busy agenda. So first, I want to congratulate everyone in this room, because Libertarian Party of Texas was instrumental in getting the stay of execution for Robert Robertson. When I say I was literally like crying at my computer, I was literally crying at my computer. So thank you guys. I've never been so happy to not have to organize something at the Walls unit in Huntsville.
Right.
But it was actually eye-opening to see how many people came out to that rally in Austin, and it was hot. So we had a number of people from LP Texas out there, and it was kind of funny. You see us all over the news coverage, and that's because we just got wrangled into holding this banner. And so they're like, here, y'all want to hold the banner? We're like, sure. And we thought it was just like to hold on to it for a minute. Next thing you know, like, here's the podium where all the speakers are, and like, here's me holding this banner with my Libertarians for Clemency sign. And so we're every bit of news coverage. You see our face and Libertarians for Clemency. And that just kind of happened. So good for us for being there. Yes, sir.
Can y'all do your reports on this side?
Oh, am I off camera? Hello. All right. So that was really good, and it was also good because I've had a number of people that I met email me that are Liberty curious. So I'm kind of pen paling with a couple of people in the Austin area. So all that to say is going out there, getting active in the community, just showing up is a great way to grow the party, because there are Liberty curious people out there. They may not be 100% with us on every single issue, but going out and doing things like that, putting your boots on the ground, that's where you actually meet people who are Liberty curious and start growing the party. So the news on Robert Robertson is basically it's been remanded back to the trial court. So we're kind of in a holding pattern right now to see if hopefully he gets a new trial or something to that effect. So it's not over yet, but the man's still alive, and you guys played a big part in that. So thank you. All right. No real kind of affiliate or candidate support stuff going on this past quarter. Although I did my stuff with my own home county, that probably doesn't count. But as far as what's coming up in this next quarter is just continue to work with the Credentials Committee and the Policy Committee on the work that's in flight there, and just continue to, look for speaking opportunities and everything. Oh, I did go and speak to a group at the Woodlands High School recently, and we've got some Liberty Curious kids that are coming out of this Club America group too. So Club America is, I guess, kind of like an offshoot of Turning Point. But I will say that the biggest thing that they wanted to talk about was AIPAC. Like, kids are anti-war. Like, this is the biggest thing that they want to talk about. So if you are interested in doing campus outreach or, even, high school club outreach and things like that, and I love that stuff. I love talking to kids because I feel like they're so much smarter and so much more engaged in politics than I was at their age. But I think that's a good thing to have in your back pocket, is that kids are absolutely anti-war, and it's actually great to see that. And that is a good part of our message, obviously, is making sure that we are putting ourselves out there as the anti-war party, because the other ones ain't. I'll stop there because I said I was going to try to be quick and make up time. Any questions? I think Nikki and then Sean. Yes.
Can you repeat the name of the clubs that you said
It was Club America, and I think they are like a sister organization to Turning Point in some way. But there's a club at the Woodlands High School, and they reached out and said, hey, anybody, want to come out and talk to us? I was like, absolutely. So.
What was the other one?
Huh?
You said two.
No, the club that I went and talked to was Club America, but they are an offshoot of the Turning Point. They fall under that umbrella somehow. I'm not exactly sure. Yes, and then Mr. Bradley.
What were the numbers at the protests of libertarians, and how many would you say there? How many ballpark were not on SLEC or currently active?
As far as like LP Texas folks that came,
Yeah.
so myself, my husband, Ted and Laura Brown were there, and then Diane Engel was there, and Bill Kelsey was there.
Okay.
So, and we, like I said, just kind of ended up being the banner people. So, yes, ma'am.
I just want to tell you, I'm very excited about how active you are as the vice chair. It's an office that doesn't get a lot of notoriety or credibility in a lot of ways, and for the most part, they're just there. I mean, no offense to anybody who's ever been vice chair or anything, but you are killing it, and I am so
Amen.
proud of you.
Oh,
You're here.
thanks. Thanks, Jenny. Jenny always gasses me up. Yes, ma'am.
Would you mind discussing reaching out to Tarrant County elections
Oh.
on behalf of the Tarrant County Libertarians?
Yes. Okay. Oh, did I skip you? I'm sorry. Hold on a second. I'm sorry, Jacob. I apologize.
I'll go next this time.
Okay. So Tarrant County, Jocelyn reached out to me. So I think you guys are aware Tarrant County has been very active in the ballot board over the course of the past 20 plus elections. Like Tarrant County is always on ballot board. So this past election, the constitutional amendment election, there's a new election judge, and they decided that they were going to play it exactly by the book, which says that if your party doesn't have a candidate on the ballot, they don't have to let you be on the ballot board. So I reached out to the election administrator and I was like, hey, I know this is technically how the statute is written, but this ain't a good look. Like, what can we do here? Like we've tried reaching out to this, election judge directly. I know this, is kind of out of your purview. The election judge doesn't, report to the election administrator, but, what can we do here to, ensure that we have, tripartisan, representation on the ballot board as we have for the last, 10 years, damn near. And so I didn't hear back for a couple of days, and he finally came back and said he had reached out to the election judge, got on the phone with her, and she was spinning it as a fiscal conservatism thing, like, hey, we pay, I don't remember how much, like 10, 15 bucks an hour or whatever for ballot board. So for this election, we're just making it small. We're trying to, be good stewards of taxpayer dollars and all of that.
This is the first time they've ever done that.
They all of a sudden.
They decided to be conservative.
So we didn't make a stink about it this time because the election administrator was like, I've been assured that, come the general election and everything, you guys, well, of course, because we're gonna have a ballot, somebody on the ballot in the general election, but, that, you guys are back in whenever it gets to the, the big general election and all of that stuff. So all that to say, guys, is if that happens to you in your county, if you have people who are being denied the ability to serve on a ballot board, please let me know, because I would like to call and give them a piece of my mind.
Me too.
So we're gonna stick a pin in that one, and we're gonna see how this next election goes in Tarrant County. But if they try to pull that again, we're going to raise hell.
The thing is it was constitutional amendments. That's everybody.
Yeah.
Nobody. There was nobody. There was no.
Well, yeah, the other thing I talked to the election administrator about, he's like, well, there's no libertarians on there. I was like, are there municipal nonpartisan elections on this ballot? And he's like, yeah. I was like, do you think that libertarians vote in those elections? And he's like, well, yeah, I imagine you do.
Do you
I was
think
like,
they run?
yeah. So, yeah. I want to go back to Mr. Bradley and then Anastasia.
This might not even be a question for you. You brought up the American Group of America.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to ask you because you're on the LNC.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So I know in the last cycle there was a push from the LNC to get, there was like a Libertarian Turning Point USA or Young Americans for Liberty, but it was specifically Libertarian. Do you know, like I said, I'm going off of this, do you know if there are any of those in Texas? Are you familiar with it at all? I don't remember.
I'm not, but I'll look into it. Let's talk at the break. But yeah, no, I think if we had something like that, it'd be a good opportunity.
Last time I talked to the guy, which has been a couple of years.
Okay.
His name was something Durkis.
Yeah.
I think they had like 40 something affiliates of it across the country.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if there's something here, but maybe that's something LP Texas can try to get started in some of the colleges. I mean, all the big colleges we have parties for, right? Like all the big ones. We have county parties. So
Students for Liberty is probably one of the best organizations in this country for that.
Yes.
I thought
For sure. But yeah, no, let's talk. Because I don't know the answer to the question, but I'm happy to look into it.
okay, thank you.
Cool. Anastasia, you got a question? And then Sean and Susan. Okay. Yes, sir.
So Dan Patrick has promised $100 million of campaign funds to Turning Point to open chapters in high schools and colleges across Texas. Is Club America one of those affiliates that's going to receive that money?
I actually don't know the answer to that question either. Like I said, they just reached out to me. They're like, hey, we're the Club America group at the Woodlands High School. And I went and talked to them. And the funny part about it is, so the young man who is the chair of that chapter, he's now volunteering to, do like, youth outreach in my campaign and everything. And he said that after I came and spoke, he has decided to resign from Club America, and he wants me to come back to their meeting on December 6th so that I can be there whenever he publicly resigns. I was like, oh, wow. So I was like, thank you, I think. I'm sorry. There was one more. There was Susan and then Amanda. So
Motion to extend for 3 minutes.
sorry, I said I was going to make up time, and then
Question, please.
So there's a motion to extend for 3 minutes.
Second.
Second, any objection? Here we go, 3
okay,
minutes.
Susan then Amanda.
I just want to piggyback off of the ballot board. In Blanco, Deanne Welch has been really involved in the ballot board in the past few elections. And not only has that built a really great relationship with our elections administrator, but she has donated all the money she's earned back to our little affiliate. So it's, if you're not doing that in your affiliate or district, it's a really great thing to do. It's been very helpful.
I love that she's donating that money back to the affiliate. That's awesome. That's great. Amanda, yes, ma'am.
So mine kind of piggybacks off of the whole club thing.
Mhm.
For those of you who do have children, at least in high school, because I started doing this when my kids were in 6th grade. In their history class, I would reach out to their teachers and ask how much they were going to talk about the political parties and stuff like that. And they would tell me, and because I'm an elected official, technically here in the party, they would let me come into class when they were talking about political parties and to share what third parties actually are.
That's
And
awesome.
so that's happened, 6th through 12th grade, they've never turned me down. So, just ideas.
Yep, absolutely.
But it also may help because I was a parent.
Yeah.
And not just a rando.
Yeah. No, I feel sorry for my kid's high school economics teacher. I was like, so you're not going to be teaching that Keynesian bullshit, are you? He's like, meet the teacher night was always fun for the economics teachers for my kids. Okay. Any other questions, guys? All right. Thank you. I'm just gonna give mine here. Let me give my oral report. So for this quarter, I've just, all the motions in the forum, I believe we're at 14, with all the different policy amendments, resolutions, and everything that went through. I worked on that, and updating policy manuals changes came through. Tonight, I am hosting the silent auction, and a lot of this quarter has been focusing on organizing, doing this, getting everything ready for the silent auction tonight. That's where a lot of my energy's gone. It's just basic maintenance records. It's very slow this one.
Nice. Yeah. Nice.
I was, what, ma'am?
I just said I missed like the last sentence.
Oh, sorry. I was like, just maintaining the records, emails, the basics.
Okay.
onboarding when people get picked. And back on SLEC and the roller coaster. We got one more meeting before convention. I know, because we got the offs and the ons and all the backs. I think we're good. Let's see my time.
All right, Mr. Treasurer.
Do you have it, do you have the report, Treasurer?
All right. He's on it. There. Oh.
You want that one up? No, it's your phone.
That's the budget.
Let me go to the other one.
I'm definitely not the one to talk about that one.
I know.
So we decided to not give you guys much time to review this stuff because we wanted to include October's books. So sorry about that. We actually finished up Q3s several weeks ago. So yeah, if you go there you go. And just so you know, when I do my report, the reason I include 2 links in there, and that is embedded into Ignite, so the public can't get to it unless you guys give it to them, which you are free to do, I believe. But in Ignite, when I do my report, it's a combination of a bunch of different reports, but I upload the individual reports so that you can grab them individually if you want to. The treasurer's report is just a combination of all of those others, a PDF stack.
We had to do 2-factor authentication, so I need some codes. I just did that. All right, where?
Yeah, getting into Ignite recently was like, what have they done?
Austin told us it was gonna happen.
Yes.
Oh, did he? Yeah.
There was a discrimination.
I missed that, as usual.
I'm just waiting for my text to come through. There it goes.
I mean, basically, while they're doing that, we have no money, we're broke, raise funds. How's that? Like, that's, I mean, in a nutshell, that's really it. I mean, I'm joking, but I'm not. I mean, the money's down, guys. Like, there was a while, about a year ago, when I was like, hey, we've got plenty of money, we need to spend this and not sit on it. And that's fine if you spend money, but you got to bring money in too. I mean, if you want a neutral budget, you got to have income to offset the expenses. We've done a hell of a job keeping expenses low, so thank you guys for all of that. I hate when we have to do that, or when we all feel like we have to do that, because it means that we don't have the income coming in. And I think this is the mathematical evidence of what Andrew was talking about before. When we have membership dropping off, less members, less donations, more members, more donations. It's as simple as that. I'm going to try to dedicate some time. I mean, I have a pretty busy personal life right now, but I'm going to try to dedicate some time to getting on the phone and calling folks, trying to see if we can get membership back. I know we lost a lot over the past couple of years for various reasons, infighting being chief among them. And that's not my opinion. That's what a lot of people have said when they're leaving and canceling their donations. We've got people leaving for as little reason as my county's too left, my county's too right. And they're talking about the LP. And they're stopping their donation to the state over stuff like that. And I get it. We all lean left or we lean right, and nobody's really down the center as far as your personal beliefs go, but we got to put our differences aside and focus on the big lever, because obviously the Fed, they're going to keep their boot on our necks. So we've got to figure out a way to increase membership so we can increase donations. So anybody that is willing to put some time in on the phone, obviously Andrew will have it where he can hook you guys up and point you in the right direction, but we need to raise funds because we're quickly going broke. So just quickly, you can see the income number. You guys can pull the report. If you have any problems pulling the report, let me know. Scroll down slowly. I want to see, there's a couple of spots in here that I want to draw attention to. Okay, pause right there. So on analytics and support, we increased that from 1,000 to 3,000. When I note that SLEC has changed something in the budget mid-year, I keep a note in there, so you'll see the little fine print. So those are kind of, it's small print, but it's important because it makes a change to whatever the budget was originally, so you can track it through the year, because it's a pain in the ass if you believe the budget's this, and then you look at it and it's not that, and you're like, well, what happened? So I put those notes in, not only for you guys, but for me to know. And there's a couple of important ones this cycle The staff, is it the staff? It's not the staff compensation. Go back up. I think it's, no, legislative, that was all last time. It's the funding for the salaries. Hold on. Keep going, there you go. Keep coming right there. There we go. Staff compensation. So this got deleted from the budget via motion on August the 2nd. The prior amount was $30,000. That went away. The next line, development fundraiser compensation, came in February, where the body authorized the expenditure of up to 35% of monies raised by the fundraisers. We don't have a budget line item for that. And this is, and to be honest, I mean, to me, this is a John Wilford area because it's all about the rules and that kind of thing. I'm not 100% certain how that all is supposed to play out. So I'm just going to relay to you how I've handled it budget-wise. We don't have a budget line item for it, but I believe we have the authorization to pay it. And so it's got to be tracked, right? There's going to be monies coming out. And so this is where I inserted it as a line item in the budget, even though there's no budgeted amount for it, because you guys need to be informed. And I can't give you a bottom line dollar if I don't show everything that was spent or brought in. So that's where I've chosen to put it, to nest it in the budget. If you guys, obviously you guys can vote and tell me to do something different if you like, but if it's left up to my devices, I'm just going to let you know what I've done, and this is what I'm doing here on this one. Let's see, and you can see the special events budget got changed. It got adjusted up to $9,400 on August 18th via select vote. So you can see when I make those changes. I always put notes in the bottom if you'll scroll down to where the notes are. Obviously, you can see the net income. Our original budget shows is negative $32,000. That's not the original budget. That's the original budget, but adjusted for all the different things that have happened. Our bottom line is in the last quarter, or I guess that's the first 6 months of the year, we were down $22,000. Now the right column isn't set to the quarter; it's set to October 31st. So we only have 2 months left. So basically, after 10 months, we're down $43,530 on the year. That's down, that's negative, that's a loss. That's not good for any business or organization. So I put in the budget notes, the development department fundraiser compensation, and I explained what I just explained to you, I put there. The legal expense is something, we were discussing this last night, I should have looked at that this morning and I haven't. I brought this to Andrew's attention when I had to pay the bill. I recalled that we had like $30,000 in the budget for legal expense. I paid the attorney because he's been needing to be paid for some time. He's been, invoicing us, and we had put that off further than I felt like it prudent to do. Your attorneys are the last person you want to get upset with you in a business. Just
go ahead. Sure. Clear. This is not us kicking the can down the road. This is Jared being very generous. No rush. Pay me when you can. Right. It's totally cool with me. Like, so that was kind of his encouragement to just, get it when you can get it. So go ahead.
Right. But then I think he came into a cash crunch too for whatever reason and was like, hey, can you guys give me a little money? And then he was surprised that I paid it all at the same time. But still, that's not something, for me as a treasurer, it's not fiscally responsible to not pay a bill unless there's a specific reason for it. And in this case, there wasn't. He's wrapped up his work for us. There's no more billing unless we come into a new issue. The plaintiffs, the group of plaintiffs, we decided we're not going to go any further with it at this point. So the bill cut off. We shouldn't have any more legal expenses, but I did stroke a check for basically like $26,000, $27,000, something like that. And that bumped it up. Now, because there wasn't a budget line item, I was like, oh shit, Andrew, I just spent a lot of money that it appears the budget doesn't allow me to spend. What do we do here? And I think you called John, and I think the idea was to get you guys to motion to ratify my actions. However, Kate brought up that and reminded me that when we originally set up the legal fund, that I believe the chair and the treasurer, whatever it was, however we set it up, had the right to spend the money on our legal defense or what have you, regardless. So I think it's already authorized, even though it's not in the budget. I don't know 100% where we stand on that. If anybody has a problem with it, they're going to need to look up the rules and figure it out and tell us what we need to do, have a vote, do whatever you need to do. I'm just letting you know what I did, and I'm not 100% certain whether it was by the rules or not. I know it was the right thing to do, but I don't know if it complied with the rules.
Let's just put it forth, and it's like, I agree with Kate, and he is correct on the special projects. And my suggestion would be, if anybody wants to research that or has a problem with it, we can certainly handle it on the forum.
Sure, and
nothing's going to change between now and next week. You know?
Right, exactly. And if I mean, obviously, I don't want to violate the rules. So if any of you find that I did, please let me know, and I'll happily do what I need to do to change the rules, because we're paying our bills.
And I'd like to be a part of that conversation if anybody.
Right. But I mean, you guys get it. I mean, the policy manual we got 3 different documents guiding us. Sometimes doesn't matter. So that was letting you guys know what we did there. Can we get 5 more minutes?
Motion to 5 more minutes.
Second.
10 more minutes.
Yeah, for questions, maybe 10 if 10. Any objections? Any objections to 10?
Yeah, I'm going to say we heard a motion to extend for 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Any objections? No objections, so we're good.
Okay. On the financial notes, I've personally been kicking the can down the road on my campaign promise to get us some professional accounting help and to get us audited, mostly because every time I think about it, I look at the numbers and the numbers are worse. And I have to ask myself, do we really need to do that right now? And given that we're low on funds, the decision keeps coming up, no, we don't. But that's because I know I'm trustworthy and I know that I'm not juking the books. So, but that doesn't mean everybody else feels that way. I stand ready when this body decides, if this body decides between now and the elections in April, that we need to audit the books and we need to get an accountant in here to fix the little things and to help me with some tweaks. I stand ready to make that happen, but that's going to be several $1,000s. And I don't know that we necessarily need to spend that right now. I may feel that we do the moment after you guys elect a different treasurer that I don't trust. I might feel differently immediately, but for now, so that's where I'm at on it. Financial notes are always copy and pasted from here to the bottom of the actual financial statements that are printed directly from QuickBooks, which are included. Another thing to note in this deal, because we've already started bringing in money and spending money for the convention, we run a completely separate financial statement for the convention, which is included. So that money is not really tracked here within the budget tracker because that's a separate bank account entirely. But it obviously has an effect on the overall. But you'll see, we can go ahead and scroll down a little bit. We'll hit the first thing we hit is the balance sheet. You can see the cash balances. These are all as of October 31st. So this data is only a week old at this point. So those are all our cash balances. The bottom part, you can pretty much ignore. That's part of the equity and the AJEs and retainer. All that stuff is what I've got to get an accountant to help me with. Hold on, scroll back up a little bit. Let me see the title. Okay, so this is the P&L first of the year. These are the numbers that back up the budget numbers. Basically, you can see that we brought them over from there into the budget.
This is convention.
No. Is it? Yeah. Oh, I missed that part. So this is the convention income statement. So scroll back up where I can see the income. Whoa, no. Back down. Keep coming. So this is the convention P&L. You can see we've already brought in $1,225 and we've spent like over $5,000. Scroll down. Yeah, we spent our deposit basically. So we're at a loss right now, but that's to be expected this early in the game. But you're going to see that change as we get closer to the event. But that's really it. Everything else I've got in here is going to be your exact Q3 income statement, a Q3 over Q2. So that's the big P&L. Yeah. This is the big P&L that backs up the budget. I misspoke earlier. So you can keep scrolling. And then I think it's 3 pages long to get it. Yeah, and then the next one, this is the P&L just for Q3, just for those 3 months, for those of you that like to see the individual quarters. You can keep going. Scroll to the end of this document. Right here, right? Almost keep coming. Down. So this is the Q3 on Q2 for those of you that like to compare quarter to quarter. I include this stuff, but I don't know how much utility it has, given that we're not like a typical business where you can be like, oh, we're up 5% Q3 over Q2 because things change and we have different, like legislative isn't happening anymore. That stuff changes so much with what we do. It's so seasonal that I don't know that this has any utility, but I include it anyway for those data people that like it. That's really it. Questions?
I got Westbrook, Sparkman, Gibbs, Talley, Wilford, and Higgins.
Holy shit.
What you have first?
And Peterson. I had Westbrook first.
Okay. It just so happens that doing some research, I just started reading an article called Keeping Your Parish Financially Healthy. And one of the things that it looked at was just asking the people in their group to increase their contribution by $1. Now, not everybody can do that, but it occurs to me that maybe one of our potential solutions to this would be to do something like that, even if everybody in this room were to.
I cannot talk highly enough about our staff, right? Our staff is the backbone of this organization. They're killing it. We need more people. Point blank, right? The comms department definitely needs more people. We need more people in positions that haven't even been added to the org chart yet for outreach and stuff like that. So yes, we have a lot of that stuff in the hopper. We are trying to get a website redesign under our belt, and then we'll have some other really cool fundraising programs rolling out. John and Kevin are both actively fundraising as we speak. So there are solutions forthcoming, right? But that said, you can't expect our current staff to do all of the heavy lifting. We need more people. If you are passionate about fundraising and outreach, or even the behind the scenes of development, come talk to me. We will work something out. So bottom line, more hands, less work sort of thing. But yes, we have stuff in the hopper. There's a lot of really good stuff to come. I'll talk about that.
But if each of us took that to our own task and then took it back to our districts and had them take that back to our counties, we already have a start.
Yeah, that would be
what you're saying is
exactly
what I'm trying to get across.
Exactly. No, agreed. So the answer, Andrew's going to interject some things about finances before we go on with questions.
Just a couple of quick things. Number one, I remember the thing that I forgot answering Jacob's question about the calls. If we're going to raise funds. Most of these districts have like $500 or $600 names in the hopper. That seems like a lot. Travis has like 1,400 or something, but that's a lot of people. Filters. That's what filters are for. You can, like Carter was talking about. Well, who signed up recently? Oh, look, it's only 5 names. Great. Call those guys. How many people have made a donation in the last year? Call those guys. How many people live in your zip code? Call those guys. Or, if it's one of the big rural districts, start county by county. You can cut it up into small bite-sized pieces. The other thing, I just want to brag on our executive director for a minute because we're here today for an event that is already a couple thousand plus in the black on ticket sales without hitting up any donors for sponsorships. I just want to say I like that part.
Yeah.
So
You're here.
Yeah, we're already going to be making money off this event, and we have our development director here to do a little work the crowd stuff tonight. We have Chrissy's put together a cool silent auction. So tonight's not going to fix our problems, but again, just staff is doing what it's supposed to be doing. We need to do what we're supposed to be doing, and we're going to make this work. We're going to get out of the hole.
All right. Who's up? Go ahead.
So, question on the legal fund. When was that established, and was that by a SLEC vote motion?
It's a special project. I think actually said
It was 2020.
So
2020.
Yes.
We wouldn't really have any holding on this current SLEC.
Well, we would have to change it, I believe. Yeah, please go ahead.
Because it was added to the policy manual, and the policy manual is prescribed by the bylaws as the document where things like this are perpetual.
Right, it doesn't.
Any of our special projects that are in the policy manual until they are rescinded.
Right. So they don't sunset. We would have to kill it.
So it was 2018, you said?
2020.
20?
2020.
2020?
I'm not sure I'm going to take.
It was 2020 whenever we got first hit with the Republicans trying to knock
That
us
makes
off
sense,
the
yeah,
ballot.
because I came on board in like 18, so 20,
I was there.
it had been about 2 years after that.
It has to even be later than 2020.
Basically, we got hit, the Republicans hit us with a lawsuit trying to force Whitney to remove our candidates from the ballot because we weren't paying filing fees. And Whitney was like, nope. And they sued her and us at like 5 o'clock on a Friday and said, Monday morning, you've got to respond.
And that's the reason why we wrote it that way in the policy, is that way it gave us emergency powers, because we can't wait 3 days for
We can't wait for SLEC to approve funds for an attorney when you've got to have one over the weekend. So,
Yeah.
so we did that. Hopefully that problem won't happen again, because now we have an attorney, an established attorney, good relationship. We're good, but that's how we drew it up. Next question.
Ms. Gibbs.
Okay, so I do not know that this is on your report, but it is pertinent to your
Go for it.
job and all of that. So I have been a part of this storage unit stuff, like I've helped move all the stuff
Yeah.
and all the stuff. And through learning things, there is a perceived issue from you that it's not under LP Texas, and I absolutely.
It's not perceived, it's not. It's in an
Okay.
individual's
I
name.
absolutely just
Right.
understand that. And
Okay,
so-
hold on 1 second. How many more questions do we have?
We've got Tally Wilford, Biggins.
It's up to you guys. We need a motion to extend for time.
Motion
to
to
handle this
extend
question.
for 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Second.
Any objection to 10?
Could we amend it? So,
objecting?
yes.
Okay.
So amend it so that we have questions to the treasurer about the report instead of.
This matters because it
I'll
is
Sean, I'll
I know that is.
I'll handle that.
Okay.
Because I don't have to
I
answer.
withdraw my objection.
Let me
If I
Any
can.
other
Hey.
objection to extending for 10? Okay, let's extend to 10.
If you catch it, say something. Go ahead.
Okay, so I had made phone calls to find out what we needed to do to get in LP Texas's name, because currently the issue has caused the bill to be paid late every month, which is
No.
extra money.
That's not 100% true. But
It is
what,
partly
can we get to the question part of
Okay,
it?
the
No, I'm not being
question
rude,
is,
I'm just,
I have made the phone calls on how it can be put under LP Texas's name, and I need to make sure that that happens so we don't have to deal with all the hubbub with that.
it's already being handled.
Okay.
It's been being handled. I mean,
I made this call this week, so
right.
since then,
Okay, so the situation is when the storage unit got rented, it got rented in Jacob's name. I think he was doing a favor to Andrew or what have you. It got put in his name. When I was asked to start paying the bills, I noticed that and said, we cannot have this. It needs to be in LP Texas's name. Public Storage is one of the worst storage facilities in this country. It's the largest publicly traded company on record. It bought out CubeSmart, who we were renting with. We do not have a signed lease with them currently. So whatever they told you, okay, I'll put it like this. I owned a self-storage facility for 7 years. I know the laws on this backwards and forwards. Whatever they told you was probably wrong. I had to go above the local office, get to the district. Regardless, they are willing to allow us to come in and sign. Jacob doesn't even have to sign off on it, so it doesn't involve him anymore and keeps him from having to deal with it. But they will allow us. We just need to stop by any public storage, and one of the officers has to sign the paperwork, and it'll be transferred over.
okay, that's what
And
they
we're-
told me, but except they said treasurer, so, but if it's
Well,
any of the
that's because I'm the
officers-
one that's been talking to them.
Okay.
But Carter's probably going to do that within the month because he's the closest to a public storage. But that's all we've got to do at this point. I'm paying the
I'm
bill.
worried about late fees, because
I'm-
then now we're,
I'm paying the bill monthly as it is, but they switched us from an anniversary date to a first of the month date, but they don't have that on the lease, and they did hit us with a late charge one time.
Okay.
We have a $15 a month rent, which was $45. We got a $20 late fee.
Okay.
It's $20. That's the only late fee we've been charged thus far. And I could fight that if I wanted to, it's just not worth my time.
Okay.
Mr. Tally.
So, I've noticed a big change since we started this term. When we started this term, it was, hey, we got money, let's spend it. When did that change? And at this current spending rate, when are we gonna run out of money?
Well, I'll have to get back with you on that. I haven't looked that deeply into it, but I can. And I'm happy to we can get together
We
at
have a
lunch.
budget report this afternoon, don't we? or a budget to?
Sure, I can it'd take me 10 minutes to take a look and give you exactly when we'd be running out at this rate, but the rate of spending changes. So that's hard to, it's a best guess type of number. I mean, you can look at it and kind of run the numbers yourself if you wanted to, just take the quarterly reports from the first 3 quarters, see what the loss is stacking up to, and run that out based on our balance sheet, cash balances. Yes, when did it change? I don't think that it changed. We still have quite a bit of funds on hand. The problem here is we're spending them faster than we're bringing them in. So we're going to run out of money at a certain point. This is an alarm bell, not it's over, bank account's empty, go home. This is we're getting there fast. We need to increase our income. Does that help at all?
No.
And regardless of how we set the budget, we have certain bills we have to pay. So if we're going to exist at all, we've got to raise money to cover those basic bills. We can, and we've done this in the past, we can thin the budget out and cut expenses everywhere, but we're still going to need money to pay even the most basic of budgets.
Yeah.
Next.
Ms. Wolford. I rise to make a motion to add funds to our legal fund reserve, to bring it to the reserve of $6,500 that is prescribed by the policy, since it is already sitting at $2,797.72.
Is this an appropriate time for that? If it is,
Normally, we do stuff like this. So
it doesn't matter. So
yeah. Historically, we have processed some motions during report times when they're germane to the thing. It's not an ambush, it's actually germane to the subject being discussed. So is there a second for that?
Second.
And is there an objection? Object.
I don't object to it per se. I just want to know how much there is now.
What she said, roughly 2,800 in the account. In the original document prescribed 6,500.
6,500.
Yeah. I thought it was higher.
I thought it was 10,000.
Yeah, I remember.
I'm pretty sure that was the policy.
We may have changed it.
So it must have changed.
It got amended.
Or we either that or we seeded it for
Lower.
10,000 is
You're
probably what
probably
happened.
thinking the general reserve.
No, because we put this together.
Yeah.
But it's okay. You're fine. If it's 6,500, it is.
Yeah.
So
That's what it is.
does that speak to your objection, Sean?
Well, I mean, if we're debating how much the policy says needs to be in there, I think I'd like to see that before.
She's looking at it. She's reading from the policy manual.
Can you tell everybody where it is in the policy manual so that they can look it up?
7.5.2.
7.5.2, page 20, policy manual, if you want to check that.
Shall I read it?
Sure, Jesse's got it.
Jesse's already got it. The Libertarian Party of Texas shall maintain a legal fund for the purpose of collecting direct donations to defend against legal challenges brought against LP Texas or its interests and or initiating legal proceedings at the direction of SLEC. The legal fund is subject to a minimum reserve of not less than $6,500, which may only be expended for defensive legal action and with majority approval of LP Texas officers or SLEC.
So what she's motioning basically is for me to transfer funds from the general fund bank account into the legal fund bank account. And that amount would be the difference between where it's at now, $2,600 and
Approximately
$6,500.
$3,700.
Roughly $3,700.
Does that address your objection? Do you still object?
I think it should say where it comes from in the motion.
I hate to do this. I have a request for information. Is there anything in the policy manual that prevents me from doing that? Because it looks like it's already prescribed.
No, it's already in there.
That's what I was just about.
Do we even need a motion for that?
If he agrees that he's going to just do that anyway, can we?
It's done. I'll do it when I sit down.
Okay. Is that okay? I mean,
the motion has been seconded. It belongs.
Okay, then go for it. Go for it. Just get it done.
I withdraw my second.
You withdraw your second.
No, your second belongs to the body. Remember the means?
Chair?
Yes, Mr. Roberts.
I move to postpone this item indefinitely. That's how we do it. Postpone indefinitely, we'll get rid of it.
Let's just vote on it and get it done.
Mr. Chair, there's a point of order.
In fact, who's got a point of order?
Jack, we need order.
Miss Wilford.
It will be quicker if we just vote it down.
Yep.
To vote it down?
Or vote it up. Either way. It doesn't matter. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
Can we just, so we're gonna just say somebody moved to call the question. Can we just take a vote? Anybody object to just taking a vote so we can move on? Hearing no objection.
Question.
Oh, yes?
Request for information?
Question. I'm sure to everything, but I guess in my understanding, according to you and the treasurer, we don't have anticipated legal funds. Why do we need to do this?
Because it's required by the formation documents for the actual legal fund itself. The legal fund was started specifically because we didn't have money on hand and we got sued and we needed to hire an attorney.
Point of order.
If you wanted to.
Okay, hold on, I'm gonna address Mr. Roberts' point of order after I mentioned that we are currently debating whether or not to have Joe do the thing he's already required by policy to do and is promised to do.
Going to do.
Like before lunch. Do we, yes, what's your point
Well,
of
I
order?
was just saying the question's been called and seconded, that's not debatable, so. We just
Question's
need to
been
vote on it.
called?
Yeah, she was asking, it was a
You said
request
it
for
was called.
information.
Okay.
She was just needing clarification.
Okay,
We're
okay.
good.
So, we're gonna vote now?
Yes. Let's end debate.
Is that a point of order?
It's a call to question.
It already is. It's already been called.
We're in agreement that that's already happened somehow. So we're gonna vote on whether or not to call the question so we can vote. All in favor of just stopping this and voting, let's go. Okay, anybody that wants to keep talking? Okay, that's 0. So that's unanimous. We're gonna take a vote on the thing. Whether or not he should transfer the $3,800 that he's supposed to transfer.
The motion is to transfer the money.
So that we will be in compliance with our policy manual. All in favor of compliance with the policy manual? Great. All opposed to compliance with the policy manual? Okay. That guy.
Okay. Next question. Next question. We're probably out of time. Who?
All right. So
Yes.
I've got 2 questions. I'll just go ahead and lead off with the first one. So I'm going to go ahead. So pinning the tail on the donkey here. Back to black. Do we have an idea of what a forecast would look like that we need to start moving towards to get us back into the black?
It depends on what you mean by back in black. We're operating at a $40-something thousand loss for the year, so getting that 40 grand would be the first, what I would consider the first step. But we're still sitting on 60-something thousand in our operating account, plus our other accounts. So
in terms of revenues, so
that 40-something thousand would be the ticket to get us back in black for the year.
Yes.
I don't think that's going to happen in 2 months, but
exactly.
Whatever we can do to minimize that loss by year end. But I think we originally voted on a loss. The original budget showed a loss.
We're at time. So, and for situational awareness, the information, we are now behind schedule. We were ahead of schedule, now we're behind. We're moving into behind schedule. So,
motion to extend 5 minutes.
Motion to extend for 5 minutes.
I would motion to allow the people who are left in the queue to get to ask their questions, and that's it.
Well, we have a motion to move to amend, or is anybody second his motion?
How long was it? 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, we said 10?
No, make up our minds.
It's up to this body. If you guys, we can listen.
Well,
Who made the motion?
5. That's
the motion is for 5. So if you want to, and it's been seconded. Does anybody object? We have an objection. What?
How many people are in the queue?
We have Peterson, Brasher, Bradley, Unsicker, Roberts.
Okay,
Okay,
so
never
there
mind,
is
not
an,
Robertson. Okay.
is there an objection to moving for 5?
Yes, I have an
Yes.
objection for the 5-minute thing.
And why is that?
I would like for the people in the queue to be able to ask their questions.
So you want to move to amend?
Move to allow the rest of the people in the queue and no others added.
Okay, does anybody want to second that? Does anybody object to making that amendment? I don't hear an objection, so we're going to move on. We're going to vote on the motion to extend by the amount of time it takes to clean out the queue. Everybody understand what we're doing? Who's in favor of letting the guys that are on the list ask their question? Who wants them to not? Okay. All right.
Okay, let's get it, guys.
That motion carries.
Let's go. Who's up?
Peterson.
Peterson.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry, Figgins.
Oh,
You're still
I'm
on it.
sorry.
My bad.
Yeah.
So what I'm looking for is, all right, so how do we need to adjust donors that are coming in and so forth to get us back into black? What would that plan look like? And maybe this is something that, Andrew, you also need to throw some information into, or even Carter. But what does that look like so that way we know where we need to start marching towards?
Well,
and that way over month, we can say that, hey, we were supposed to add another 1,000, we did not, and we're now behind our plan.
So you're wanting to see some sort of a plan for how we get back in the black?
Ideally, yes.
I could give you what I would think, but that's the treasurer's job is to report the numbers, not necessarily, but Andrew can.
Yeah, here's what I would suggest as a plan. Well, with a corollary, which is plan some more, like we got the forum, let's use it, let's get this going. But the before we try to cover the 40 loss, we made a deliberate decision. We raised a bunch of money a few years ago. We're sitting on it a long time. We wanted to try to do some things.
Yep.
We did some things. We had a fantastic session. The immediate goal would be to stop the blood flow. So before we try to recover the thing we've already spent, the immediate plan would just be to cover whatever our monthly nut is. I don't know, and again, Joe raises a legit point. We're on a biennial, whatever. We're on a 2-year cycle that ebbs and flows. It's weird. So it's kind of hard to just set an average number and have that mean anything. But that would be our goal would be to pick a number that we think will comfortably cover our nut so that we're not bleeding out anymore. And then we can start trying to recover that ground. I know Carter mentioned it. Wilford's already working on stuff as development director, and we'll see some of that tonight.
We'll talk about a lot of this,
but
a lot of these questions when we get to the budget.
Yeah, and ultimately it'll be our buy-in that makes that work.
Okay, fair enough. And then, real quick, regarding the audit that you had mentioned, is there any sentiment that we're seeing from donors that they would support that, or reasons why they're quitting donating?
Not recently.
Okay.
In around the time that I got elected, there was, but that was mostly ginned up by me. I mean, I've got an accounting degree. Any organization that runs this much money through it to not have an audit is at a minimum financially irresponsible. It definitely violates a fiduciary responsibility that we all have.
Yep.
It's just one of those things that just needs to happen.
I have a suggestion. I think the route there, ever since Whitney's administration, she and I were talking about, and Kate, we've had this running conversation that never goes anywhere about having a finance committee like that would be partly SLEC, partly professionals, and I think it might be. Hold that thought, and I think enough of those of us who are larger donors to the party might be interested in this question, to where we can do an informal fundraise or something. That I think there's a way that we could make that happen to get that going, and we would raise the money and we would get the oversight through putting together some kind of finance committee. So again, that's something we can build.
Fair enough.
We can't solve that problem right now, but we can hold that. Let's do that. As a matter of fact, let's talk about it.
Yep, absolutely. All right, thank you.
To-do list.
Peterson.
Me?
Yes.
So my question was related to income projections, which Carter just explained we'll get to later, so I'll withdraw.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Pritchett.
I think I'm gonna fall into that canopy too. I had questions about the income expected from the, convention.
Income, that's really for the convention committee, but they showed when we voted on the location, I would refer you back to those numbers. That's what I would be looking at for.
I missed the last couple meetings, so.
Okay, it should be, get with me or somebody ought to be able to help you find that in Ignite or on the forum.
Mr. Wilford did a deep dive.
Might even be, it's probably in the minutes if you look.
We're gonna review today, so. Mr. Bradley.
I know one of the things that the treasury, y'all had decided to, or had been telling us is that y'all were gonna go back and fill in the old donations from Zoho and whatever we had prior. Is there any updates on how far we've gotten back in uploading those into Nation Builder?
I only know that Wilford is looking at that, and I don't know what the status is. I saw him a minute ago, but I think he's left.
Yeah, I think there's a conversation happening in the hallway right now about that.
I haven't put it to answer for the treasurer's office. I don't think Jocelyn's put any effort in yet into trying to clean up. You're basically talking about cleaning up Nation Builder's donation data so that it's accurate.
Well, backdating the stuff from prior CRMs that we had.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Just so you know, our donations I would think the most accurate data is QuickBooks because
Yeah.
that's where we track all the money coming in. So we've got it there and we can kind of,
TEC.
and the TEC reports
It's all there.
and push that into Nation Builder. And that needs to happen. I agree with you, but that's a lot of legwork, a lot of time, and we're gonna need some volunteers to get that done.
Ms. Carter's call for staff. Ms. Hunsaker.
Are we, I know we have the fund set up for the legal fund. Are we even getting any donations in the legal fund?
Yeah, what are we, like $100 a month or
Yeah,
something?
something like that. It's on the report, it's up there.
There's a few
Oh,
people who
okay,
Yeah.
I was just curious, cause you know, when,
Yeah, scroll
I
down.
know that.
There it is. Legal fund brought in $200.
It brings
in the
about
past-
$200 a quarter.
A quarter, roughly, but usually with the legal fund, it usually happens when we do a big fundraiser push for it. We need a big chunk of change, and that's,
So I know our powers to be that fundraisers could probably
They
get in
could.
there and do that.
they could, but what tends to happen is we raise money for what we're on, like legislative was just happening, so we were
Right.
pushing hard for it. So right now, I mean, we get that 6,500 in there, we're kind of at an even keel until the next legal crisis, and we'll raise money at that point. That's kind of how we've handled it.
Because
So
next
maybe
year is
we-
an election year.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen. So
Yeah,
now's
we
the time to
probably-
fundraise for it.
Exactly.
Thanks.
That is it.
We're off the hook.
Thank you, Joe.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fanning is out in the hall. You up?
What's up, folks? All right. So I am going to try to be pretty quick on this one. So staff is awesome. They've really, really been killing it recently. We've got a lot of projects that are in the works. So I'm just going to kind of skim through this. If you have any questions about it, I'll be around all day. I may be hopping around, but pull me aside. A lot of the actual directors are in the room. We're lucky that a lot of them are here. So, but I'll just kind of get into it. I do want to welcome Kevin Hell to his second staff position. He's now under contract to be a contract fundraiser. Same contract that John had. It's available out on Ignite. So go have a look at it if you have questions about that. But money has already started to come in. So thank you, Kevin. Other than that, the majority of my time has been either looking at Nation Builder and how we can leverage it, or doing the training sessions for Nation Builder, or really this event for tomorrow night is where the bulk of my time has gone. Moving on to legislative action, we're kind of moving into their slow season, but slow does not mean that they aren't doing anything. That they are actively writing a ton of legislation and trying to network and identify which House reps or senators might be interested in sponsoring said legislation. So they are really setting us up for success the next legislative session. So I want to thank both of them for that. They've also done some work on our new volunteer pathing. So when we do relaunch the website, we're actually getting useful data out of our volunteer form, which has been a problem for many years. Like the little check boxes you can click aren't super useful when we have an ask or a need for manpower. So we're working that piece. Campaign support is hard at it. They're in communication with 41 potential candidates, some ballot access level, some all the way down to county level. So we're looking to have a pretty good slate of candidates. If you know anyone interested, like at your county party or in your region or whatever it may be, and they haven't already engaged with the state party, please have them fill out the candidate interest form on our website, because then we can start tracking it. So we know that we've had at least a few touch points, and we can start to get them all the support that we're going to be giving. We've got free website design and hosting. We can help with graphics. We're going to do candidate spotlight videos. There's a lot going into candidate support, and pending some budget approval, which I'll talk about later, there's even other options that we're looking into. So we've got some cool stuff planned for that. We also have our candidate training that kicks off tomorrow for those of you who are interested. Affiliate support is plugging along. I think they're gearing up for the convention cycle, if you will.
They're not going to host any more trainings this cycle. We're going to kick that off additionally when we get through convention and we get some new county chairs that may need some training at that point. We did lose 2 affiliates this quarter, but we're still at 58 county affiliates, which is 23% of the total counties, but 82% of Texas's population. So we've still got pretty good coverage. For communications, Sean's been killing it, and Michael and Jeff, wherever y'all are sitting, y'all have really been killing it on socials. Our views and interactions, and Anna as well, y'all's views and interactions are really up. On Facebook for the quarter, we had 3.8 million views, over half of that from non-followers, and 155K interactions. Twitter was 1.4 million views, 81% were from non-followers, and over 88,000 reactions. So socials are doing really good. They're nice and warm right now. We want to keep it that way. For our fundraising attempts on socials, those do not get almost any traction. It's just the algorithm. They don't want you directing people to any type of external thing. So if you notice, like, oh, you're seeing all these posts with likes on them and then a fundraising post is getting no engagement, give it a share for us, please. We would appreciate that. The next big project, and a lot of this is going to be on Sean and me and Andrew, is going to be the website redesign. We're in the planning phase. We're documenting everything that we need for that, and hopefully we will get that much further along over the next quarter. For the development department, a lot of John's time has gone into data cleanup, right? Just cleaning up the existing data some more. Again, when I came on board, the data that was in Nation Builder was not useless, but it wasn't super helpful. Between the cleanup efforts that Nick has done and what John is starting on, we're really getting to where we have some decent data, and it'll only get better as we work it and as we do additional cleanup, right? I worked with John a lot on the fundraising strategy for both the event and how we did ticket sales and who we targeted. And he's got a strategy for tonight as well. So a big thank you for all the work he's been putting in. Kevin got a good match campaign off, brought in a couple grand for the party in his first week, right? So huge thanks to Kevin for really diving into it.
Well, Doug crawled to the idea behind it, and I just got everybody.
Okay, fair enough. You executed though.
That's right.
So we do have some future fundraisers planned. John's done a lot of the market research for those, and we're ready to go. We're just trying not to ask people for too much money all at once. We've got some convention stuff that has been out for a while. We were doing this fundraiser. We're trying not to beat people up with asks, but we do have some other stuff in the pipeline, and then of course convention sales as well. For events, it's gonna be a really great event tonight. We have over 80 people that'll be attending. We are a little over $2,000 profitable off of ticket sales alone. Huge thanks to LPMC Texas, Andrew, and Bob King, all for sponsoring tables. Appreciate that. Especially, we've got a cool strategy going on where not everyone who is going to be here is our typical just SLEC reps. We've got some awesome people from the party that don't normally come to stuff like this that are coming. And then we also have quite a few folks that are just that liberty curious individual who wants to come see Spike talk. So I'm really looking forward to being able to network with those guys and to watch y'all network with them as well. It should be a really good event. Barring that, is there any urgent questions you need me to answer right now? What's up?
Fine, urgent.
Yeah.
So back to campaign support. So we've talked about candidates. Do we have any real numbers statewide on who's come forward saying that they would like to be a campaign manager, campaign fundraiser, and that support?
No, right? So that's been a chronic problem for us, right? And that's when I was talking about the volunteer paths getting redone. That's the type of stuff that we're adding because being a social media ambassador was one of the check marks on there. And don't get me wrong, like I like people liking and sharing our stuff, right? But that's like every member's job already. I don't need you to sign up a volunteer form for that. So we are trying to get the data better and more useful, right? So that is our long game, especially with this website redesign. We may put out some data call type emails, but first we've got to see what candidates are serious about running an active campaign. And once we get those folks identified, right, then we can start asking to fill some of those holes in their campaigns.
I will just push back a little bit. I know, having been a candidate, I know that some candidates are on the fence about running a serious campaign based on whether they want to support or not.
Agreed. Yeah, absolutely. So, but a lot of that's going to be those one-on-one conversations that Nathan and Ted are having that we're tracking. So, what's that?
Do you have any numbers on attendance for any of these trainings, candidate training?
So the candidate training tomorrow, I think I was kind of letting Polsky run that one for the most part. Do you know how many people are coming to the training tomorrow?
It's like 22, 25 last I looked. I think there were more signups that came in after that as well.
Okay, so 30-ish, 25 to 30.
And on the county exec training and SLEC training?
So on the county exec trainings, attendance was abysmally poor, and it wasn't for lack of good training materials. I'll tell you that. I sat in on a couple of those trainings. I gave one of those trainings. I don't know what the fix is for that, right? But we definitely will be re-engaging next time around post-convention and trying some different strategies to see if we can get that turnout up. For the SLEC training for Nation Builder, again, abysmally poor. I know some of y'all have Nation Builder experience, and I know, like, I had several people message me like, hey, these times just don't work for me, and that's fine. I think we're planning on doing some more of them in the future. And it's probably going to be a more regular, reoccurring thing because y'all may give some lessons learned and give us ideas on how we can change that stuff better. What's up, Scott?
Trainings are archived, are they not?
No, so we're actually digging around in Nation Builder and like seeing people's live data and stuff. So I did not record them. But the training sessions we did were carbon copies of each other, and I do intend to continue some more of those basic level things until we get a good number of folks.
I was just thinking that if they were archived for people that just the time doesn't work for them.
Agreed. So and
they can go back and do that training on their own.
Yeah, and again, we may build some training materials for it. My bandwidth to do that, getting ready for this event, was non-existent. So that's why we didn't build like training materials that can be hung out somewhere, right? We were actually in Nation Builder so you could see people's donation status and all that. I didn't want those videos just floating around anywhere.
Real quick, I'll add in here. If anybody wasn't able to make that, I've been using Nation Builder for about a year now. I've got a pretty healthy understanding about it. Also because my surgery, I haven't been working. So if anybody needs help on Nation Builder, reach out to me. I can help walk through it. I've got nothing but time to say.
Yeah.
So if anybody needs help, just give me a call.
Thank you. And again, Nick Hearn, Jacob, me, Andrew, we'll get you trained up. Just let us know what you need.
Yeah. Also, this is probably not as good as an idea as just deciding who you want to reach out to, but for the autodidacts in the crowd, like Nation Builder has an excellent knowledge base, a lot of printed materials, just whatever the thing is that you can't figure out, if you'll search for that in the knowledge base that they have video tutorials, they have recorded webinars. So if you know what you don't know, you can probably find it on the Nation Builder website.
If you don't know what you don't know, get with one of us. And we'll What's up?
What level of subscription do we have with Nation Builder? Is it Enterprise or the other one?
It's one
Enterprise.
It's one of the Enterprise ones. Now, Enterprise isn't just like one price point. There's several within it. So.
I understand that. Has there been any thought about using the API to import the data from Soho?
No, but talk to me about it. We're open.
Pull down national data?
Whatever data that I think was Jacob was asking about?
He said so, but that's what they're using now. We were on Civi CRM
Yeah,
a couple
so-
years ago. That's the old national data. I think they're on Zoho now.
Yeah,
it
We're
is
on
off-
Zoho now, and we send you a CSV every month.
Yeah, we get a file.
Yeah,
once a month.
we get a file, and
actually it's coming once a week now. And
Oh, once
I
a- yeah,
forward-
excuse
I
me,
forward
yeah,
it to
once a
Wilford.
week now.
Yeah.
That's
What was the data that was asked of Joe?
So that was the previous donors data. So basically taking what is in QuickBooks and putting that in the CRM so that if you go look up someone's record, their donation totals or current donation status is accurate.
Moving from Nation Builder to Civi CRM and then coming back a year later, moving back to Nation Builder, we got hammered twice with loss of data and duplicates, and it's just really kind of screwed up. The database in Nation Builder is not complete because we were off for a year.
I see the nods from over here.
Yeah.
So
The finance
yeah.
people are like, oh my god.
You have things like that, or somebody
Bad
really check.
flashbacks, right?
Yeah.
If it doesn't get put in the nation.
So yeah, because like if someone had a reoccurring donation under Civi, right, we may not be tracking all of those donations. So
Not most of it, but not all of it. It's and unreliable data is not
Huh?
useful data.
We got a lot of it.
we got a lot of it, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
there are holes.
Yeah,
Oh, I know.
There are holes in my own record versus TEC reports. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So it is what it is. But again, we are slowly getting there. This isn't we're going to be done tomorrow thing. It's a as we work it, the data's going to get better and better. So, any other questions? Okay. Did I get us back on track?
Yeah.
You're back on track. Good job. Good job. All right. On that note, then we're going to take a quick 15-minute bio break and come back and talk about the budget. So adjourned for 15 minutes. Recessed.
Ow, that's stable.
So you got
So they were gonna do
I LNC.
No.
As soon
No,
as
budget.
Oh,
Budget, yeah.
XD.
That was a whole discussion earlier.
I know. I'm just
Needs a charge or anything. I've got a battery bank here, so if your phone or your laptop or anything, that'll plug in. So.
Okay.
No problem. That's an attitude check.
What you got?
budget, right?
Yep.
All right. So I know we have talked a lot about income and budget and our overall finances.
Hey, it's order,
please.
order.
Please.
Can we get that door?
Yes.
So
Lock them out.
So as we kind of deep dive what to do for the budget for next calendar year, we kind of started looking at where we succeeded and where we did not on the last budget, right? So one of the things you may have noticed was the income projections on the last one were wildly off, right? Like wildly. Now, I wasn't involved in that one. I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus. That was probably a best guess. We chose to go a very different route with our income projections this time around. John Wilford and I sat down, and Jesse as well, and he did some spreadsheet wizardry where basically he took like the last 6 years of data, analyzed trends, and did a mathematical formula to get to these numbers. Now, are these numbers going to be accurate to the dollar? No, they are a projection, right? 6 months in, we may see that we're outperforming them or underperforming them, but this is a good metric of what we should expect, right? It is a solid forecast, right? It is not the holy grail of numbers. I can guarantee you it's not 100% accurate. One thing to note is this also does include convention income on there.
Ouch.
Yes. So, with that said, we are on a 2-year cycle. So while this budget may appear in the green because of that convention income, it does not mean that we're green for the 2-year cycle, right? I also want to address some potential speculation in the room. I don't know if folks are really aware of how many reoccurring donors we have, and those reoccurring donors are our safety net, right? The big donors are how we pay for new cool programs and that sort of stuff. Our safety net is our reoccurring monthly donors. We have around 100 of those, right? So if you're under the impression that we have several hundred folks giving $5 a month, that's just not the case, right? So we know this. We would like to get it to a couple hundred a month, right? And we're going to slowly start working that. That's why in my report, we talked about fundraising strategies and development. John's on top of it. Me and Andrew are definitely very engaged on that. And I expect us to do better than expected this year if everything goes as planned. But again, none of this is a guarantee. So that is basically all I have to say about the projected incomes. If you're interested in the meat and potatoes, how we got there, like you want to see the mathematical formulas or something, let me know. We've still got the spreadsheet. We'll be glad to walk you through it. But I'm fairly confident that those numbers will be within a couple $1,000s of where we end up. Now, my directive to staff when we were developing this budget is I want bare bones without losing capabilities, okay? There are a couple small exceptions to that in here, but for the most part, you will see that each department, their budget is significantly less than the previous year. Well, one of the exceptions to that is campaign support, but this is a year where we are running candidates. And it's really up to SLEC to decide how much you want to support running candidates, right? But I would argue that is the primary mission of our party. So, but most everything else, you will see a net decrease in our budget. This is very bare bones. If you're wanting to come in here and cut several $1,000s off of each department, it does not exist unless you are willing to cut capabilities. Now, I know there is worry about the finances. Like, I get it. I'm tracking it. I own it. Andrew owns it. We've talked about this almost nonstop. I'm confident in where we are and where we can get to over the next year, right? But I don't think it's time to start cutting capabilities yet, right? There may very well become a time where it is time to cut capabilities. We have enough cash on hand that we are not there yet. If, God forbid, knock on wood, like the convention bombs or something, then maybe it is time to start looking at cutting capabilities. But I just don't think we're there yet. We have enough cash on hand. Matter of fact, there's a lot to be said. The larger donors are really going to be what powers the party, right? The everyday folks are the safety net. And like I said, we need a strong safety net, but those larger donors won't write a check if they see you sitting on a $100,000 nest egg. It is much harder to convince them to fund something when they see you have a ton of money just sitting around. So food for thought there as well. I'm not advocating we spin down to zero. I think we're in an okay spot right now, but every single person in this room should take note of this, and some red flags should be going up about the direction that we're headed financially, right? If we stay on the path and just power forward, spin, it's not going to be good. So with that said, again, this budget doesn't represent that. We significantly scaled some stuff back. Half of Sean's department budget, he gave up, right? There was significant cuts across this. I left the last budget in there next to it so you can do a side-by-side comparison between the two. But again, barring, I can think of one exception, we cut it down to pretty much bare bones. We did leave some discretionary in there, but because traditionally we have had to use that to do a new cool project or something like that. I don't want to cut that completely out either. But yeah, so we're looking at a total expenses for CY 26 to be around $75,000. Our total income is projected at $92,000, and that includes convention income.
Sorry, when you're ready now.
Yeah. So again, we've got a lot of work to do. That is why we had that conversation that Andrew opened up with, right? Our staff is about 20 really engaged people. It's not enough. It's not enough to turn the ship around. So if you have a lot of free time, look at our staff positions to see if there's something you're interested in. Development needs additional help. Communications needs additional help, I would say. The candidate support needs additional help. If you're really passionate about fundraising, come talk to me. We'll get you plugged in somewhere. This is not a problem that staff alone can fix, point blank. That is where we are at. So, with all that said, questions?
Prather, Biggins, Barney.
What's up, Kate?
So, due to our policy with convention funds that does not in any way ever has, since I've been involved, support our general expenses. It is purely for convention expenses for the next convention. With that, I would like for people to amend in their heads, looking at these numbers, that we're looking at a projected income of actually $50,200 with expenses of $74,941. So we're looking at passing another deficit budget of $24,741.
Actually, let's move to amend.
Oh, you would like to? Okay.
I'm gonna move to amend.
Well, then I would, yeah.
I'm sure you would support it.
Move
But I don't know when we could do
that as an amendment.
So theoretically, this is a presentation and a Q&A period, so we can hash out a few things and make sure we're all on the same page going into this afternoon's motion time. And I think that would be an appropriate place to float amendments and kind of tweak it if that's what we're going to do.
Yep.
Mostly just, do you have any questions? Is there anything about this you don't understand, or about what Carter just said that you don't understand?
So what I'm saying is, I would like to everyone know that proposal is inaccurately and it goes against policy.
So I do absolutely concur that a good chunk of the convention revenue will be put back into the convention fund, so we can turn around and do it 2 years, right? There will be, hopefully, if all goes well, if the convention committee is successful, there will be surplus from that, so it will not be all of it either. So, but a good chunk of it, yes.
It's like the stuff like at the gala, the lifetime memberships, the money that, we kind of make on the fly and everything, that stuff goes into general fund.
Correct.
As opposed
Yes.
to like ticket sales and everything.
Or if it's directed, depending on what
Yeah.
staff and, yes, actually want to do. But that's.
John?
Sorry.
He's speaking on my behalf right now because he helped me with a lot of this.
So, to address the part about convention funds going back to convention, I completely agree, but I want to add a few more nuances to it. Convention has to be paid for. One way or another, it's got to be paid for. So if you want to look at this as a deficit budget for the free convention later, cool. If you want to look at this as a non-deficit budget, so we got to pay for convention.
So
Cool.
does Chris.
It's cups and balls. Move them around how you need to.
Well, you have to show the expense, and so you need to show the income too, I think was.
But there's no expense
That's
on
what the
here,
motion
so
said.
therefore it's not accurate either
It's not
way.
even showing how much income is, whether that's.
Okay, guys, we have a motion to extend, the time's out. We have a motion to extend for 10.
Second.
And we have a second. Is there any objection? We'll extend for 10.
Who made the
Thank
motion?
you. That would be
Sean.
Sean.
Are we going to the queue?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. First off, I appreciate going through getting this bare bones budget pulled together. I think that this gives us a really solid baseline where we have to maintain. My question is more so around growth.
Mhm.
What do we need to change here in order to grow the party? Where do we need to be spending in order to grow the party?
So we have the basic tools in place right now. We have the capabilities to grow the party. We don't have the manpower to grow the party. There are too many people, quite frankly, that show up once a quarter, and that's their participation level, right? So we've got the tools, like our CRM, which is a large part of this budget, is a very powerful tool. Yes, it's got some bad data in it, track and all, right? But we also have tons of signups that the only person who has reached out to them would be Darren or his predecessor once, right? That they haven't been introduced to their county chair, that they haven't been pulled into the state party Discord, right? There is a lot of work that could be done, but again, we just don't have the manpower. Staff, as big as we are, we're tapped. We have massive burnout going on right now. So again, like I'm sympathetic to, let's throw some money at growth. We already have. We have been the last couple of quarters, right? Or the last couple of years. We have the tools to grow. It's the manpower to execute is the issue.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
She's got Ms. Barney, then Ms. Moore, then Mr. Burns, and then Mr. Spark.
Yes, ma'am.
My question would be on the line for candidate advertising.
Mm-hmm.
You have $15,000, which I believe was not there in the previous budget.
Correct.
What is candidate advertising? What are you doing in that line to justify $15,000 budget?
Previous
Look
budget
at the
wasn't an
screen.
election.
Okay, she's
The previous budget wasn't an election year, so that's why it wasn't in the previous budget.
So we're on a cycle, but the previous budget had candidate training, right? This is and legislative action. This is going to go towards candidate support. Now, we've looked at several options. We have not nailed down 100% certain what we're going to do yet, but this would include anywhere from like a billboard, or we've looked at running ads with a QR code in movie theaters in select counties and stuff like that, so that people can hit it with their cell phone and see all of our candidates and that sort of stuff. It's going to go to an initiative like that, right? I know I speak for Andrew when I say this. We're not just going to do something, fire and forget, no ROI able to be measured. We want to really be strategic with this. And it may end up that we deploy it in a county that's had very similar election results for, some time. We deploy some additional advertising there and see how it impacts vote totals, right?
Do you know what you did in terms of advertising across the previous election year budget?
We did nothing.
Okay.
Nada. So again, there's definitely, a discussion to be had there, right? But what is our primary objective? the end of the day as well.
Yes.
Yes, it's just a large
not go for
investment.
It is, and I get it.
Especially on 50,000 an acre. so
absolutely.
It is, Miss Jenny Moore.
That's Jenny Moore.
Can you tell me just 1 second?
Yeah.
It's not a technical question, but I would just want to say thank you to Jack for calling attention to the fact that we need to be leading from the front. I'm a lifetime member. I have one of those nifty little gold pins, but I really like the yellow rose one, so I wear that more often. So very, very proud of that, to be super involved in this party. But I have not been a monthly donor, just kind of thinking, you know, no biggie. But I have made a big deal about this as the development director, that we need to be leading from the front. And we have this wonderful level of donation. It's $5 a month, $5. And on, I was looking at the budget, sorry I don't have it in front of me, but it makes a difference. It adds up monthly. So that number is very easy to do for all of us, $5 a month. And I just want to tell everyone, I went ahead and because of Jack and because of this body and because of my own convictions, I've become a silver donor, $25 a month. And so I want to encourage everyone else who is not donating at all, even if you're a lifetime member, go ahead and get in there, even at the $5 level.
Amen.
And one other thing on the projected income that I do want to add is if you look at the events, special events, scroll all the way up. Our events income is projected at $0. It's because we have no budget down at the bottom for a special event, right? So if we don't host an event, we can't make money, right? Mm-hmm. That said, we are looking at least doing one big event every year, right? Like a gala like we're doing tonight, and then some other smaller things that'll bring in way less money, but something fun. So just food for thought there. There's nothing on events, but like, for example, this one tonight, if it doesn't bust $5,000 or $6,000 profit, I would probably be shocked. So food for thought there as well.
Mr. Burns.
Okay, I've got a few questions.
Yeah.
I'm going to focus on the income side. I think the expense side, I was in that meeting. I think we're all looking great there. But I do have some concerns about income and some clarifying questions. So on the fundraising side.
Can you speak up?
Yeah. Speak up. So on the fundraising side, we've got an estimated income of $3,100. First, I'd like to say before we vote on this later today, I'll make a motion if I need to, but I'd like to give you guys to put definitions in here, like just a quick one, events. I'm assuming when you were just talking about that, you're referring to the special events expense down below. So this one ought to say special events too, because events and fundraising, because we have, before we had a category called fundraiser / major donor income, like that could be a fundraiser as an event.
Yeah.
So I'd like to get us to be more specific about what these categories are, especially because I know if it happens to me, I know it happens to everyone else. Months down the road, you're looking at this, well, what does that actually mean? What was that supposed to be? To that end, directed donations is $4,600. Well, we have 3 different directed donation funds. How did we arrive at that number?
I'm going to throw that over to John because he was the number cruncher.
Yeah. So what I did on my spreadsheet, just to kind of get into the weeds of it, I went through on our last, and was it 6? I don't remember.
6 years.
6 years, but I only took the years that corresponded. So coming up this gubernatorial year, so I took the gubernatorial years, so we weren't comparing presidential years in there. Over those years, I'm sure as any of the previous treasurers in the room can tell you, we have taken our budget and renamed things, sometimes in very weird ways. I'll give you an example that he brought up. In some years, we had 2 categories. One was called fundraising and one was called fundraisers.
Yeah.
Can anyone tell me the difference?
Right.
So
that's why I chopped it.
Yeah. So with all that said, I took all those budgets. I then took all those different categories that had different names, and I consolidated those into bigger categories. So fundraisers and fundraising is now all fundraising. And then I took some things that existed that don't apply anymore. So for instance, one might be a special category for vault. Most people in here don't even know what vault is. Good for y'all.
Right.
Yeah. Good for you.
All that stuff, I nixed it. And then I took some stuff that kind of applies now but didn't apply previously. So for instance, there are some directed donation funds that we had in the past that we don't have now, but they were a directed donation fund. And I found, for instance, on directed donations,
while the different categories change, there's a pretty consistent number that we raise toward directed donation funds. It just depends on what we're pushing in any
What the
given
asks
year.
are.
So I went through and I said, generally, we make this amount on directed donations. So I put it up there, generally. Fundraising in the past, that has been a pretty good number for the years, asterisk, that we've done fundraising. There are some years we just had nothing there. So I went through and I said, we're doing fundraising this year. In the past, we've successfully done this much. So that's the number there. So all of these reflect aggregating those years, aggregating the totals, and trying to funnel them into a smaller
Something
group
that
of
made
categories.
sense. Yeah.
So it's not specific as to, I looked at it and I said fundraising is going to be cold calls that we make and all this. It's just our history has shown we can fundraise this.
Okay. Next question. On the fundraising, we've got 3K listed, but we got a $10,000 expense under, is it events? Like, I mean.
Yeah, so in our expense for this event, it's actually going to be way less than that, right? But
no, I didn't mean for this event. I mean in the proposed budget.
So
we're showing a
so
gross.
fundraising is not events. That's going to be direct mailers, any campaigns we run, that sort of stuff. Soliciting donations.
Okay, so there's no real. We don't have a corresponding expense tied to this fundraising category.
Motion
Yeah,
for 10
I would
minutes.
say.
Hang on a second, we're out of time.
Motion to extend.
We have a
10
motion to
minutes.
extend for 10 more minutes. Second, any objection? Let's do.
Not really object.
That's not an objection.
Okay, motion passes, we're gonna extend for 10.
It's a point of personal privilege.
Which one are you looking at?
Well, fundraising is 30. Well, it says 3,100. So I assume there would be an expense associated with that. I guess maybe this is part of that.
So
to find the
a
category.
lot of that is going to be like nation builder and stuff like that, right? So the way we came to that number was all the fundraising drives we did in a particular year, right? We looked at the trend and we mapped out where we should be, right? Yeah.
So specifically, fundraising being a weird one, if you look at the motion that we passed, which I'll be talking about a little bit in my policy report later, it talks about authorizing fundraising expenditure, and then when that fundraising comes back, replenishing that and then looking at profit, right? So this fundraising is intended to be seed money, but it will self-replenish on the money raised, and that number there, that 3,100, is expected to be the profit after everything is washed out. That is the way that this was.
So we're budgeting a net income, not a gross income.
Yes.
For that category.
Yes.
Okay.
And we don't necessarily know that we're going to spend all this 10,000. That number actually right there, when y'all think about that number, I want y'all to be thinking about the largest, let's say, mailer we could do, and what we want that to be. If we cut that in half to 5,000, that's just going to tell me the upper limit of letters I could possibly send. If we
So besides mailers, like what other categories would fall under this?
currently, that's the only thing is planned for, though I did leave it open in case opportunities present themselves in some other
That
way.
we can put under that, but that's basically a net income. We do this particular fundraising project, this is how much income, and that should be our net income for that for the year.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I have Mr.
No, I've got,
Sparkman and then Mr. Ramos.
Jesse, put me back in. I've got
Oh,
more,
you're
but
not-
I don't want to usurp everything. I've got several.
Okay.
So.
What's up?
So I wanted to point out under communications, there is, if you want to scroll that. Christy.
You want to take this to communications?
There is a section for digital marketing and printed materials that could be used for ads to generate, actual interactions with fundraising, social media, or putting QR codes on brochures to raise money. The other thing is we do have a merchant shop, and Christmas is coming up. I know not everybody celebrates, but lots of people get gifts. So please keep LP Texas or shop.lptexas.org in mind when buying gifts.
And we'll be adding to it.
There's a ton of really cool stuff on there. If you haven't been there recently, please go check it out.
And Mr. Ramos.
So, I see that we do have money for events, and I assume a good chunk of that is going to be our meetings throughout the year next year.
All of it, yes.
are we not expecting to get any income from events next year? Are we not gonna do watch parties at the end of elections?
I will do whatever SLEC decides to fund. I don't want to get in the habit of having a blank check sitting there for events, right? I want to come to you guys and be like, hey, we have this event idea. We think it's going to make money. Let y'all vet it like y'all did this one that we're hosting tonight and vote it up or down. If we get to a point where financially it's shaky, y'all can vote it down. So this allows SLEC to have more oversight of the events process. I don't want a blank check from y'all of 10, 20,000 when we may not use it. You know what I mean? Even this time, like I budgeted for up to 100 people. Well, I was able to cut enough costs that there's no way we could have got close to what I actually asked for in that budget. But, you know, that was a process, not the initial ask, right? So, but long story short is I will do whatever SLEC authorizes. But yes, we're going to try to have some opportunities.
I'm gonna come back to you because Mr. Fuller had had an opportunity to speak yet.
Yes.
Okay, I have mine.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Never mind, you're up, Joe.
On the general donations, I personally did some projections, and it looks like based on where we're at now under general, we're gonna end up with like 2,600 at the year end. You've got that category at 8,800. Is there a reason for that? What's the thought process on that one?
So again, we took previous year's data, looked for trend, plotted it out, right? So we are down right now based off previous years because we haven't had a development director for a year.
Right.
So all the canceled credit cards or all that,
to go up because of that.
yes. But we now have a development director and we are improving in that area drastically. So again, like.
And I know they asked about the merch shop, but why are we projecting it to be so much higher? Because merch shop's going to end up at about 1,000 at the year end. We're projecting 2,500.
Do you remember on that one? Because I asked that one too.
Yeah, no, it's down this year, and the previous years was higher. I just made the average come out.
Gotcha.
And I think actually, I'm gonna tell you one more part of my process on this. I took for all you gators out there, I took standard derivatives, and for any item where the standard derivative was more than, gosh, what was my mathematical processor? I want to say 30%. I went from a mean to a median. Just because I knew that those were going to have swings in them. And I think it ended up, all but one of the categories went to a median, and the one that didn't had 2 data points, so it was the median and the mean were the same. That said, so the merch shop is just from the previous years, it's done better than it did this year.
Right.
And on your general donations, those general donation numbers versus the membership numbers seem to swing with each other, and I wonder if a lot of it has to do with accounting on what we're calling a membership and what we're calling a general
Yes.
donation.
I don't want to get into that, but yes, yes.
We can answer that.
Go for it.
No,
General donations are one-time donations.
It's one time. It's
they're not directed.
Yeah.
So if we're at a fundraiser and somebody's like, I want to do a match, and I'm gonna, all the people who do the match in the 100 in the room, that is considered a general donation. The membership is your monthly recurring or your annual, like for the pins, for all that stuff. Obviously, general donations go towards pins and stuff like that. But general donations is one time. So actually, I agree with your numbers and projections on general donations versus membership. I agree with you on that.
Minor adjustment to that. It also includes a couple of monthly donations that
they're
do not want to be members,
Yeah.
but they want to give money to us monthly. So we have a few small ones there.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and some of that may also have to do with the swings on what the party was pushing that year.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. And I would say that the shop probably may fall into that category a little bit too, right? We either A, hit market saturation and this is going to do worse, every year, or B, we need to push it more. So go to the shop.
There's nobody else in queue, I think.
All right. Don't shoot me for the budget. Like, it is what it is. And I know things don't look great right now, but just know that we are tracking it. We're talking about it. And that is half the battle to fixing it, right? But there is an elephant in the room, with the budget. You know what I mean? It's something that we need to be very conscious of, and I wish y'all much luck this afternoon when you get into the motion for it. Cool.
Okay, Ms. Coward, are you LNC?
Yes. My favorite. Okay. All right. So good news is that the LNC has started making some money. So that said, they had to spend some money to do that. So it's actually kind of funny what we were talking about with our problem with Nation Builder and like the integrity of our data, because that's actually something that the LNC is going through right now. So actually hired a company called Iron Light to come in and basically start cleaning up all of that data. There's like a million different contacts in Zoho, and basically there's a lot of duplication and everything like that. So that's all happening, and that's helping to inform spend on the LNC's CRM. So we know exactly how many people we need to be reaching out to. We've done 2 rounds of mailers. So we did one, I think the initial one that we did back in August, I think we spent like $3,600 on that mailer, and then we ended up making like $36,000 from that spend. So we've rolled the dice again. We're doing another mailer. We approved $6,500 for that mailer, and we are still gathering data on that. So all that say is that it's trending up. But I think everybody's still being very cautiously optimistic on that front, and making sure that just because we've now sold the building and we've kind of had that influx of money, we actually had a big donation come in from a major donor, money coming in from these mailers and everything. Everybody's like, oh, we're, it's looking good and everything's good. But I think what I'm doing as, person who sits on the Financial Standards Committee is like, okay, let's not start spending like drunken sailors just because we have we're kind of back in the black right now. So just kind of try to curb everything. I think the moral of the story for what the LNC is doing is that if it's not geared towards growth and revenue, we can't do it right now. So that's not to say that we may not, have, a onesie twosie, ballot access, thing that we support here and there. But if the objective is not to grow the membership or bring in more revenue, then it's basically going on back burner right now. That's where the LNC is. But there's a lot of good things happening. Paul can probably talk to you guys a little bit more in depth about Project Parity that we have going on. So we had kind of talked about like that Archimedes 2.0. Mailers are a big part of that. So again, already realizing some ROI on that. And I will actually share with John, whenever he was talking about wanting to do a mailer, I'll share with him the vendor that the LNC is using, just to see if we want to try to capitalize on that. But yeah, so September was like the first month in a long time where it was just like, oh, okay, that's looking better. So all that being said, if you haven't become a donor for National again, please consider doing so. It's, kind of steering the Titanic, but it's slowly moving. So appreciate your support on that. I don't know yet what the final numbers are going to be. I think you guys are aware that the end of October was the deadline for everybody to, kind of make their $25 donation. So that goes towards the delegate counts at National Convention. Somebody reached out to me the other day. I have not seen those numbers yet, so I'm sure our secretary will be consolidating all that. So as soon as I know how many delegates Texas gets at National Convention, I'll let you know, but I don't know yet. But yeah, it is moving. It is moving slowly, but it is trending in a positive direction. But again, trying to keep ourselves grounded and not get crazy since we have so much money in the bank from the building sale. Other than that, I would say that I put a lot of stuff, informational stuff in the report.
So I guess those were kind of the key points that I wanted to touch on. A lot more information in the report. I know you guys have probably seen it or are in the process of seeing it right now. Is there any questions for me about anything in the report or anything LNC related? I know Billy hungry. Yes, sir.
I followed the LNC for a while, and I just realized that it was always going to be like I wasn't getting anything out of it, so I stopped. I know that the LNC had passed not that long ago the Operation Overwatch.
Yes.
Is there any movement on that whatsoever? Is there any updates on it?
I don't think so. So what Mr. Bradley is referring to is there was a proposal brought for something called Operation Overwatch, wherein we basically have a small army of folks who are able to kind of go in and do things that we normally pay people to do, like petitioners and things like that. So I'm kind of oversimplifying this or anything, but the LNC did approve a $10,000 spend. Has anything moved on that yet? Not that I'm aware of. In fact, I think, Paul, we were trying to figure out like where does that live organizationally? Because I think that it kind of just got bucketed under affiliate support at the national level. And I think there was a question of, and everybody's like, oh, another committee, but like, should there be a committee that's, kind of in charge of overseeing that or something to that effect? But I don't know, Paul, if you have any more on that. But I think the short answer to your question is I don't know that there's been much movement on that since.
Other than what you have sent us, Jacob, that was limited so far, and there had been some discussion on that. There's so many irons in the fire right now. That's just one I haven't really pushed. I did recruit one fundraiser of my own that's on my own in Texas, not necessarily Overwatch related, but could be considered under that for the future. There is the LNC member that I know that is working with you that's trying to work on that there, and it might be pushed out to its own committee so that it's not just put on your shoulders.
I gave him the subcommittee and let him run with it. I haven't really talked to him.
Okay.
Sure to go have fun, so I didn't know if national had made any moves on that. It was an interesting program to me that I thought
I was expecting something being pushed from him over more, and that hasn't happened. So I'll give him a call and see where we really want to go with that.
And honestly, I think it's just a matter of focus. Like I said, like getting the Project Parity stuff off the ground and with the data cleanup and the mailers, like I think so much focus and kind of staff time has been used on focusing on that. It's just one of those things that have kind of got lower in the totem pole, And that's not to say that it's not a worthy program. It's just, again, kind of what Carter was saying, having the manpower to execute. Similar situation at the LNC level. Other questions? I heard someone say, ask me one.
How much did the lawsuit against Angela cost?
The lawsuit?
The stuff against Angela, how much did that cost the LNC?
I don't know that it cost, how much, because we're not.
That retainer was put down a little over a year ago there.
Sorry, that was before my time.
$25,000 retainer pushed into there. We don't have the final accounting of how much was placed into that because it was under our insurance program. So our D&O insurance actually covered that. So the retainer was completely exhausted as part of that, or if we're getting that back, we're still on the closing portions of that with them, and we can follow up later since that was just decided this past month. And the previous time that one of those another lawsuit was settled and getting the money back from it took about 3 months during that time, so it'll depend on how much was actually exhausted out of the retainer.
Okay.
Down on it.
So by next meeting we'll know something?
Yeah. But it won't exceed that amount because the insurance was going to cover anything beyond that. So it's completely exhausted. That's what it was.
Other questions? All right. Okay. I'm going to take the gavel from Andrew for just a second to recognize him for a motion that he would like to make.
Metaphorical.
Yeah, I'm trying to give you all a gift here. I would like to move to suspend our rules and modify the agenda to delete the Nation Builder presentation from the agenda. I think we've covered that in my talk. We've covered that in some of the budget stuff. We need y'all to help grow the party, but we don't have to do the training today. We're running a little bit behind schedule. We can just cut that, and we will be continuing to provide evening trainings, maybe some weekend trainings for people that can't make the weekday evenings, that kind of thing. So I move to suspend the rules and delete the Nation Builder presentation.
Second. Okay, so we have a second. We have a motion to amend the agenda to scratch that line item. It has been moved and seconded. This will require 2/3 vote, so can I get a show of hands in favor? Okay, and against?
I don't think anybody objected.
Yeah.
That's
Oh, yeah.
okay.
We're good.
Yeah.
All right. Then I think we're.
Next item is lunch.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't have anything else on mine, so yeah. We're
Break
good.
for lunch. See you in an hour and whatever's on the agenda.
I mean, there are technically 2 people missing, because I had neighbors. and
We're good, we're good.
neighbors-
I know we had trouble with slow service at our restaurant. I just wanna make sure we're getting space.
All I know is it's kinda hot.
Be on time.
It's a bit warm.
We can get some people.
Hey, we're gonna warm it up later.
Down the dividers. Instantly cool.
Okay, it be 1:30, so we're back in session, and the first thing on the agenda is the motion to move the budget.
I move to accept the budget or as presented.
To adopt.
Adopt, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a motion to adopt, well, it's not amended yet, as presented, is that what you said?
As presented.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so
Motion to adopt as presented, a couple of objectives, was there a second?
Second.
Okay, so,
Let's get this
and
one
we have
second.
objection to, somebody's gotta speak to their objection, like, what's the, do you want, that's self-explanatory. Objection? Mr. Bradley?
I'll speak to it.
All right, Ian.
We have
You ready?
gone today, the treasurer's report, and talking to the treasurer that we're currently running in a deficit. I think we need to take the time to look at this budget, go through this budget, and pick apart some of the pieces that shouldn't be in there, or need to be lowered, or anything like that. I don't think that coming up here is budgeting out a deficit is the most financially smart situation on this.
Okay, I want to remind y'all, not picking on Jacob, but this budget was posted like 5 weeks ago. So we've had a lot of time to hammer out this idea that the budget needs to be rethought. So, like, we'll this is a parliamentary body, so we'll do what we have to do, but asking forgiveness in advance in case I try to steer us towards some kind of useful discussion. Somebody wants to speak in favor of adopting the budget as presented. I'm not saying it's perfect, I'm just saying, yeah, what?
Carter already talked about it. He said the directors all took their time to trim this as much as they physically could without basically saying we give up. They've already done their time, they've put in the effort. I doubt there's much we can get rid of it, unless you already looked through it and you have some suggestions.
There are some things in there that I think could be cut, but I mean, if the body wants to agree to just pass it, that's fine.
We'll see how it goes. Anybody else want to speak in opposition to the motion? Jack?
There was quite a bit of discussion at lunch that even though, like you say, this has been up for a little while, that it would be physically responsible, not physically like the body, fiscally responsible of us just to quickly look at this line item by line item and not spend a lot of time on it, hopefully, but just look at it line item by line item, make sure everybody's on board with what's being done. We have to, as a body, trust what the staff has put forth, but we also have to be responsible for what's there. And when we come together like this as a group, we have an opportunity to maybe discuss back and forth and maybe even be convinced that, you know, those things we may have questions about are addressed. And I personally did not have time to look at each and every item and say, well, that can be cut by this.
Wait, you're saying you had no time over the last 5 weeks to look at this budget?
Have not.
Okay, fair enough. But again, this is a parliamentary body. It will, I hope most of you looked at the budget. So, and to be clear, and correct me if I'm wrong, but to summarize, Jack is saying we need to not pass this motion so that we can go over the entire budget line by line.
Just quickly.
There's no quickly. So, I mean, I get that that's what you're asking for, but I can promise you. Yeah, what he's asking for is that we quickly do it by line. If you agree that that's possible, then great. Okay, is anybody else in opposition? I mean, in favor of passing it as presented? That would be Mr. Miller, and what do you have to say about that?
I would just say keep in mind that a budget is by definition a template, a map for the next year. It's not lock us in. Everyone has the power to spend or not spend differently than what is here. So if you feel like you don't have time to examine the budget, you still have lots of time to affect what we actually spend money on.
in a future amendment. That's my point.
Yes, this is a guide. I mean, it matters, but it's essentially a guide, and it can be modified through the year as we go. Again, just to make sure we're all on the same page here, tuned to the right to 440, right? Is that we had the Q&A deal this morning, and then right now, if possible, if there's something you don't like, instead of sort of vague, like, well, you know, there's some things on here that maybe we can trim further, the correct thing to do would be to move to amend. But let's, hold on, where are we? We were, that was why to go ahead with it. So if somebody else in opposition to this motion doesn't want to pass the budget, which way young first?
I'm on it now.
I wasn't tracking. First one I saw.
It happened fast.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm opposed to amending. I don't think we need to go for it line by line. I think some things were brought in consideration of specific issues. Also, what he's saying is, yes, it's a general guide, but it's a guide, it's a deficit budget. So just like we can change it later on, we can also add later on too. So if we bring it down to where it's either not a deficit budget or maybe some line items could be lowered, I'm more comfortable with that, and that's my opposition.
Okay. And again, I'm not arguing for or against. The body's going to figure out where we go from here. But to make sure we're all, you know, reading from the same program, right? Like you've already heard from the treasurer and the executive director and the development director about why they think it's okay to spend some of the money that we have in the bank in excess of income this year, as we are rolling out a new development director position, a new fundraiser position. We're in the middle of having a successful event that's going to bring in several $1,000s. Like, we have reasons to feel like our income is already turning up, and that's before you guys start making phone calls, which should have further positive effect on the income side. So we have a unified staff saying, we have cut off all the fat, now we're getting into the meat, we don't want to hit the bone. So, but I mean, just from a cash flow point of view, I don't know how many people have accounting experience, but we're not going broke. We're spending money we have in the bank, and we're spending it on things we need to be doing. Joe said something about going broke earlier, but that was partly, you know, an expression, and then partly, like he said, when asked, like, well, what's the timeline? That depends on what happens with our income and expense over the next months, right? We have at least till February to just even see if we're getting into a break-even cash flow, right? So, Mr. Pierce?
Yeah. Thanks. I rise to speak in favor of the budget as we have it presented.
Okay.
Some of y'all have been in the room when I've said this before, but I'll remind you that when we make decisions, we should ask ourselves, how much will it cost to change our minds? And if it costs a whole lot to change our minds, then we should delay and postpone the decision while we accumulate more and more information and more data to very carefully consider it. If it doesn't cost us a lot of money to change our minds, or a lot of lives, or a lot of property to change our minds, then we can make the decision more quickly because we're able to change our minds and be nimble going forward. This budget is easy for the officers to change in that they can say, hey, we're not going to spend this money. We're going to spend less because there's something going on. It's not a blanket writing that check on the first day that the budget is approved. We're not going to spend all the money on day one. You know, and the department heads can, again, spend less money. And we as a body can come in, if through one quarter it's looking worse than we thought, or we're not seeing return on investment, we can come in as an executive body and say, hey, we want to amend the budget and reduce it, as we have done in previous cycles and previous years. This is a budget, not a check that's being written on the first day. There's continual time for us to modify, move, and adjust as we go. Spending in a deficit is not necessarily a bad thing. Every organization and company that does capital equipment investment has deficit spending, anticipating the return on those investments. We are investing money that we already have in things that should bring us a return on that investment, but it's going to take time. I would urge us to move forward, and if we're going to amend, do it very minimally and very quickly. making these line items too low is gonna make every director and staff member feel like they don't have enough ammo to go to war. I'm not saying we need to load them out to leave tanks, where we go, or excessively, but they should feel confident that they have enough ammo to go to war. Thank you.
Okay, before going to the next hand, which I'll get to in a second, I want to piggyback on that just a little bit. Indulge me for a second. Again, not trying to force y'all's hand you away, but just as a framing thing, like piggybacking on some of the stuff you said. What we tried to do this time, we've had budget meetings where we present the budget and everybody's like, yeah, sure, whatever. We've had budget meetings that take the rest of like forever. We did the Q&A in the morning so that we could kind of flesh out these things. The idea here is I'm going to steer us back to, in the name of professional courtesy and professionalism, if there is something specific that you want to change, like if you're saying we shouldn't pass this budget because this and this need to be changed, and then make an amendment. If you're saying I'm not comfortable passing this budget because I feel like if we talked about it for long enough, we might find something we could agree to change. That's really a tax on the rest of the body. So think in those terms, like you're either for it or against it. You want to call a question or you want to make an amendment. And so that was 4. If somebody want to speak in opposition, that would. The next hand I saw was Jack. Well, Jake was up. Okay. Took your hand back down.
Working on motions that are coming in.
Sorry, what?
There's motions coming in.
I need someone else to manage the queue for just a second because I've got Joe's motions coming in. I'm doing that. So
okay,
can
cool.
share her screen. Sorry.
Yeah, Joe has a couple of friendly, kind of technical cleanup to address. But Jack, what's your?
Well, I think both sides have adequately indicated why they do or do not want to accept this as presented, and so therefore I'd like to call the question. You're here.
Fair enough. We have a motion to call the question and a second. Is there any opposition to calling the question? No. Oh, what was that?
Oh, to call the question? No, we can call.
Okay, so we're going to call the question. We now proceed to a motion, the vote on the main motion. All in favor of adopting the budget as presented, please raise your hand. Let's go to the count. Okay, all opposed? That passes. That's so it's adopted as presented. Do you want to, or we move on to the next item? I guess
if we're adopted,
point
it's
of order.
dead.
Well, until Monday.
Until Monday.
You can still vote. Is that cool?
I guess that's what we'll have to.
Okay. Right along.
Yeah, I mean, for the specifics, we got the discussion forums and we know how to use them, so we got that watched. All right, then the next thing is the motions to appoint our delegates and alternates to the LNC platform and credentials committees.
Okay, I put this up on the forums over here. You should have seen it previously there. I have 2 motions. Each of them is for opening those nominations for those committees over here. Tried to have a process that makes it pretty easy so we don't take up a lot of time today with it, and that we can open up the nominations. And the intent here is to open up the nominations, have those people nominated, have them be able to speak to their nomination, have it go to OPA vote for it all the way to next Saturday, and then the motion that'll close. They have time to think about that, so we don't have to, go through the whole thing this afternoon here. So for the first motion here, I move to open nominations for the LNC Platform Committee. Once nominations close, each nominee will be allotted 2 minutes to speak in support of their nomination. Voting will be conducted via OPA vote using approval voting beginning today and concluding on November 15th. The nominee receiving the highest number of votes shall be elected as a member of the committee. The nominee with the second highest number of votes shall serve as the alternate. In the event of a tie, the secretary shall break it by rolling a 20-sided die, with the highest roll determining the winner and subsequent rolls establishing ranking in descending order.
Best motion this quarter.
Yes, I included rolling a
Second.
D20 as the.
Motion.
Digital one, we can video it.
Motion has been seconded. Is there any objection to opening nominations? Good.
Information.
Sir?
SACO is being applied to that
Nice. Is
For information, do we have is there a 27 die in the room? Because if not, I can run to my car and get.
if we need one.
Okay, misunderstood.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But Nolan, I can do a digital one, I can film it and.
Okay.
Mr. Pierce. Mr. Pierce.
If you could please let us know what the requirements are for a person to serve on the committee and what the duties of the person are on the committee so that everybody knows what they're nominating for.
All right, so I'd have to pull up the bylaws specifically, but going off the top of my head, the platform committee, it basically establishes that the platform committee will come together to create the report for the national convention there. A lot of the details on how they do that is up to them. Mr. Brown, I believe you previously served on the platform committee. Could you talk to your experience having served on the platform committee?
Yes, basically the national committee, I think, selects 10, and the 10 most populous by membership states each select a member. And then the committee meets like by Zoom meetings and works out what the report's going to be. And then it's presented. There's one final in-person meeting at the national convention, and then the committee chair presents the proposals to the convention.
Are there any requirements for membership or anything like that to serve on the committee?
You have to be a party member.
It's just a party member.
Yeah. Great. Thanks.
That's it.
So we are open for nominations for the platform committee. Mr. Dar.
I nominate Mr. Ted Brown.
Fair enough.
Having served on the committee.
Mr. Brown. And do you accept the nomination? Yes. All right. Do we have any other nominations for the national platform committee? Going once, going twice.
Anyone?
Mr. Bradley.
If he is willing to accept it, I would like to nominate David Constant.
Okay. Mr. David Constant, would you accept the nomination to be our to be on the platform committee?
Another
spot here. Yep. Bring that spotlight around.
I think I'll decline. Thank you. Thank you for the nomination, David.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
It's always good to be aware of one's bandwidth and yeah. Any other nominations for platform?
Does anybody in here have the desire to do it? Raise a question.
Yeah.
So we can nominate.
I'm not raising my hand for
that. I don't want to drag this out. Does anybody want to move to close nominations?
So moved.
Okay. Second. Any objection to closing them? What?
Question?
What?
What are the consequences of not nominating somebody?
Yeah, because NODA. Well, now you need an alternate.
Again, we don't get a rep on the platform committee.
We don't.
Yes. Or you could come back to it.
I'm doing this early enough that we could always come back and make another motion to open nominations again.
Thank you.
Cool. So, does anybody object to closing nominations?
Mm-hmm.
Great. So it's Ted Brown against NODA? Like, is that?
Ted Brown against NODA.
Yeah. So are we okay to move ahead while you tee up the open vote? Because it'll be open for a week, right? It's gonna be,
yes.
Yeah.
And I have both in one vote, so it's two different contests.
And it'll be identified as first you vote for this, first you. Okay, good,
They're
great. So you want to?
Yes. Essentially the same vote, or same motion, substituting in credentials committee. So I need at least one victim or more for the credentials committee.
Yeah, right. Anybody with strong masochistic tendencies? Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, you were up first.
Wait a second.
Are you out?
First, I have to I'm making the motion.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody second my motion.
Second.
Any objection? Good. Did you have a thing, or did you change your mind?
I was waiting on nominations, I'm sorry.
Okay, Jeff? Same. Okay. Well, we're going now, so any motion?
I would move to open nominations.
I think.
So, who are we nominating?
She nominated Scott Talley, he declined.
Yes.
Well, that was quick. Okay. Jeff?
Jeff Miller, SD5, I would like to nominate Scott Peterson.
Yes.
Okay.
What's the hate on the Scots?
Anyone like to know what it's like?
Oh, you Scott, we can. Okay. You can be the Scots.
You're gonna, okay. Does Mr. Peterson accept the nomination?
Yes.
All right.
I'd like to nominate Billy Pierce.
All right.
Second.
You,
I will
Go for
third
it.
encore.
you don't have to second nomination, right?
Yeah. No, this will be his second year last time. So
What's that?
if he wins, he'll be his
You
second
can
time
have
on credentials.
Okay.
One and an alternate, so.
Okay.
Two people, we actually.
We got two people
will
on
sign
ballot,
alternate this time.
or, yeah, nominated.
Yeah.
Any other nominations for the Credentials Committee from the floor?
Do we want to hear from these candidates?
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Okay.
Yeah, but let's get let's figure out who we're nominating first, which maybe this is it. Go on. Any other nominations? Somebody want to move to close? Is that your intent?
Move to close nominations.
Second?
Wait, I nominate
Objection?
Aaron.
Objection to closing? Okay, you want to speak to your objection? You, like, obviously have
She
someone else.
nominated Aaron Ramos.
Okay.
Take a vote.
Anybody object to us nominating Aaron, or not nominating, I don't want to vote for the motion. Okay, going once, going twice. Okay, so Aaron Ramos. Now, are we finished? Like, or move to close, or?
I overheard him.
I remove to close.
Awesome. Second?
Close.
Objection? No. Okay, so that's it. We got it. One for platform and three for credentials. And the secretary will get the vote going at some point. You'll get the emails, and then we'll take care of this over the week that's ahead of us.
Each nominee gets to speak to their nomination.
Oh, right.
That's right. Okay, so we'll go back to platform. Well,
Yeah, Ted Brown would be the
Just-
first one.
Well, just briefly. Anyway, I served 4 years ago, and I attended all the meetings, and the fellow platform representatives elected me vice chair of the committee, and I chaired some of the meetings when the chair, Karen Ann Harless, wasn't available. And one of my proposals actually got adopted by the convention, so I enjoyed doing it. I'm glad to do it again. I have a little bit more time now that I'm retired, and I'll certainly attend all the meetings again. And if anybody has any proposals, send them to me, and I will put them in a form that we can look at.
sweet. Thank you, Doug. All right, as for you credentials guys, Mr. Peterson,
I served twice to National Credentials Committee, the last two conventions. The work is tedious, it's terrible, it's
You have been
selling me on this.
You know, we diligently work to make sure every delegate is, specifically the states follow their bylaws, the state laws, to make sure every credentialed delegate is legal, so that our convention can't be called in question. There's enough interest in this that honestly I don't want to do it again. So the delegates just vote to overturn what we do anyway, so.
all right, Mr. Pierce.
Hey, y'all, so I served as vice chair of the National Credentials Committee last cycle, and also served the cycle prior to that. It is not the LP Texas Credentials Committee. It doesn't look anything like it. It's not being organized and fastidious and just making sure that all the boxes are checked. It is arguing and making persuasive arguments to your fellow committee members. It is orbiting people who are presenting cases and challenges. It is understanding the bylaws and election laws of as many states as show up, and sometimes multiple entities claiming to be from that state. It's not fun. It's not rewarding. It's not fun, and it's not rewarding. But I will tell you that I worked my tail off, and I was very passionate about it, making sure that we had delegates, and when I say we, I mean the Libertarian Party nationally, and every affiliate had delegates that were seated when they should be seated, and seating folks who in good faith were there to serve as delegates put forward by their affiliates who put them forward in good faith to be delegates. Making sure that folks didn't get sidelined for partisan, internal partisan reasons, and I did that in both directions. You may recall me on C-SPAN chanting "Seat them all" from the microphone. And the reason that I did that was I thought that there were partisan efforts from both sides to rig the to control who could vote in order to control the outcome of elections, both internal and external. And that's something that I just can't stand. And so I will continue to be fair and fastidious and persuasive. My aim is to include everyone that we can legally include, and only exclude when we can't legally include. And that's my philosophy. So if you're all with that, vote for me. If not, don't vote for me. And punish somebody.
Mr. Ramos.
I'm feeling particularly masochistic today, so
Oblige me.
All right.
Victim number 3.
Now that we've heard from all the nominees, we can close out here and move to bring it home to our committees, starting with Vice Chair Cowart and the Credentials Committee.
Oh, hello, speaking of credentials.
Yeah. Smooth segue.
Okay.
How much time do we have?
Okay, so what we've been doing here over the past quarter, we meet on a monthly basis. Again, that's going to, I'm sorry. Hello.
Never get used to this.
Just keeping up with all the delegate apportionment stuff. Just so you guys know, for those of you who are part of county executive committees, beginning of next month, we are going to send out the communication about the process for additional delegate apportionment. So again, in prior SLEC meeting, we voted on the divisor. We've got the delegate apportionment workbook all squared away. We have a pretty good idea of which counties are going to get additional delegates and have already accounted for that. But we send that out to all of the county executive committees just to double check our work. Basically, the ask is that if you nominated somebody who at your county convention back in 2024 and they got, at least 10% of the vote, then you are eligible to have additional delegates. So I know that Brazos County is kind of a perennial, like getting additional delegates.
Go Jeff.
Oh, yeah, we got
Yes.
to. Travis has to.
Yep, Travis has to also. So we should have all of that accounted for, but we have we'll be sending out an email asking all county executive committees to take a look at that, check our work, let us know if you had a candidate who was nominated at your county convention that we have not accounted for in the workbook. And then there's basically an SOP that tells you exactly what to do to notify credentials. That way we can validate that and then update your delegate apportionment for your county. So that'll be coming out early December. Doing that a little bit earlier this term, trying to catch everybody before everybody's heads explode with the holidays. That is what we're doing. We did make an update to the precinct roster form. So that is the one where it includes the oath of affiliation. So just comparing that to the verbiage that's in the bylaws, we have made it even more wordy, but it is more thorough. So we did make that change, and you will be happy to know that Ms. Lisa Schlinkert and Mr. Mike Dooling are in the process of updating all of our convention forms to make them fillable. So for those of you who have the Adobe stuffs and everything, you can actually type those in. We still need on those precinct rosters, we still need those wet signatures and everything, but as far as actually filling in, names, VUIDs, addresses, and stuff like that, if you prefer to type that stuff in and just have people give the wet signature, that is cool. And actually, Credentials Committee will appreciate that very much, because sometimes reading handwriting is hard. Okay, so the next communication will be coming out from Credentials is going to be no later than January 13th, so not necessarily on that date, but that is our bylaws mandated communication, and that is where we are basically telling all of the county executive committees what their responsibility is for the convention season. So that's typically whenever we are communicating where all of the training materials will be, and by that point we will have them in Ignite and then linked to the convention website, which I understand should be live this month. And then convention forms will be in Ignite. Those will be linked to convention site. And then we'll be saying the dates for all of the trainings. So of course we have the convention leader training. We typically do one at the February SLEC meeting as an in-person, but we also do a virtual one as well. And they're usually streamed and recorded and put on YouTube. So if for some reason someone can't make it, you can watch that at a later date. So that is all coming, but that January 13th date is our deadline for sending out that communication. So that will definitely be early January. And we have communicated with the affiliate support team. I know that was one thing that we talked about early on, is just making sure that credentials and affiliate support are in lockstep. So we've made sure the affiliate team is aware of their deadline for affiliating new counties. From what I understand, we don't have anything in the hopper right this second, but things could change between now and January. So we are good on that. And then once we have all of those training materials together, game plan is to make sure that everyone in affiliate support sees that first. That way they can give feedback before it kind of goes out to the masses. But it should look very similar to what we've done for the past couple of cycles for those of you who have been involved in that. Yeah, that is pretty much it. We meet again that Tuesday before Thanksgiving. That's probably when we finalize all those communications for delegate apportionment that'll go out in December. And we're off to the races, and we will likely start meeting more frequently in the new year, just because that's when credential stuff ramps up. Questions? All right. Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
But we have a lot of county executives too. Do you know when you said you're going to send out an email about stuff upcoming? Do you have an idea when you're going to start the trainings?
Trainings we usually do in the February time frame, if I remember. I'll go back and look at the dates. I hadn't actually started planning the exact dates yet, but I know we do one at the February SLEC meeting. But we try to do it.
We did before and after.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we have the state delegate training too, yeah. But what we try to do is do it early enough to where people, are able to get the information and process it before they actually go into their conventions. But we don't want to do it too early so that you lose that knowledge retention. So I will follow up on that, but that will be what is part of that communication that goes out by January 13th. But as soon as I know that information, I'll just drop it in the SLEC channel. That way y'all have a sneak peek.
Can you drop it in the county execs channel too?
Yes. Oh yeah, no, I always do that because for some reason, whenever I send emails from LP Texas, it goes to people's junk and spam folder. So I'm going to be sending it from Nation Builder. I'm going to be sending it from my email. I'm going to be, making the updates in the county execs channel. So help me spread the word whenever you guys see that. Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you, Jen. Good job. Next up is Mr. Pierce for platform.
Hi, y'all. I'll be giving a living report today. How many of you have submitted a suggestion for a platform plank or given feedback for a platform plank? How many of you have done it? There's not a lot of hands up that aren't on the committee because we haven't received.
Kevin has.
We've received, I think, 2 or 3, very few. But we really need more. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate yours.
Mine was way back in the session though, so I
Right.
don't remember.
This is what the form looks like, for those of you who haven't seen it. It is available to all of you and all of your constituents back in your districts and back in your counties. We ask that only members of the party fill it out, but that's kind of hard to control, and so we'll be checking it against membership rolls when people submit. So,
is that on the website?
It has been sent out in the newsletter. It has been put out on Discord. It's kind of all over the place. I guess we could post it to the website, but you can. It's all of you. I believe all members have access to the folders where we're keeping it on Ignite, right?
This is in our drive, but everything is linked. So
Right.
I've got it, so I can see the responses.
Right. So we really need folks to go make suggestions. Even if your suggestion is, I really like plank number 4, and I really think y'all should keep it. We really need input. One of the things that we have a bad habit as a party, and I say we, including myself in this, is we tend to not read
the reports ahead of time and not do our homework ahead of time and not make suggestions ahead of time and just wait until we show up at convention or at the meeting and try to do everything live in person at the last minute. And it makes us inefficient, and it's very disheartening to anybody who works on the stuff ahead of time, because why bother working on it ahead of time when they're just going to make me do it in front of them? It's a bummer. Don't do that. Stop it. Knock it off. Make your suggestions ahead of time. Or if you stand up at state convention, and want to propose a whole new doggone platform plank, or make a complete revision by replacement of a platform plank, just know that I'm not going to like you in that moment.
Yeah, you speak for a lot of people.
Yeah. Knock it off. Give us suggestions. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up is bylaws, Mr. Dar.
I'll actually step up here this time, so I'm not a disembodied voice on the camera there.
Disembodied voice.
Disembodied, yeah. Sorry, you caught me. Yeah. Anyways, all right. The bylaws report. Anyone have any questions? Did you read it?
No, I did not.
Did not read it. Okay. So the report. We meet regularly on Thursdays for working meetings. Next week, we are doing an open business meeting there. So that'll be next Thursday, 7 p.m. The link to join us is right in my report there. So all you have to do is click on that if you want to listen in, and you can join us there. If you want to submit a bylaws proposal to us there, there's our email there. I put the titles of the current proposals because we haven't, while we had previously adopted some, we had some turnover in the committee since then, and we noticed that there had been an absence of not noting who actually voted yes or no on those previous ones, just that they had passed. So we're gonna re-adopt each of those ones, or at least make the motion or move to do so, and we'll see if they end up on the report. So we have a lot of ones that we're working on. I think if you scroll down, I forget how many, we are at 25 proposals currently, along with the proposal 0, which is presenting the SLEC bylaws temporary amendment that was made at the beginning of this term to get half of SLEC back onto the onto SLEC. Did the errors made at that time. It does not need to be voted on again, but our bylaws require us to report on it. So that will be at the top of the report for us, and to remind us again in infamy to make sure to do whatever is required. And there is actually going to be a proposal that'll address that, make some of that a little bit easier, and I recommend when we get to that one to vote in favor of that to make it easier on ourselves. That is it. You can listen next week for the first 10 proposals that we'll be going through there, and we'll be going through, many of these are already ready to vote on. Thank you. Any questions now that you've seen the titles? No. All right.
Great, thank you all. Mr. Polsky is up for convention. Not Mr. Miller, Mr. Polsky.
This is the one everyone's excited about, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
What is it? Liberty ain't lawless.
That's right. All right. So, Convention Planning Committee report. All right. So, has everybody read the report for starters? Yep. No, I'm seeing some heads shaking no. Okay. So we've been meeting semi-weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, just to kind of go over a lot of the finer details before we can actually get our website live, which as of this morning is now live. So if you go to 2026.lptexas.org, our convention website is up there, and you will see who our guest speakers are. Can you go real quick? What is it? 2026.lptexas.org. lptexas.org. So, working with some people, we have Dr. Mary Rubart. It's going to be our speaker Friday. For Saturday, we have Jordan Page. He's going to be performing live during our lunch. For our speakers Saturday night at the gala, we're going to have Scott Horton and Corey DeAngelis. And then Sunday for our VIP, we're going to have Derek Brose. So I think everybody knows who pretty much all those people are. One of our goals when designing the website is not coming up with ticket prices, and if you scroll down a little bit down there, your screen resolution makes it a little bit harder to get. You can go right into the website. All of our links are up on here where you can go scroll back up. Keep going. There we go. Buy tickets if you want to join attending the events. Become a sponsor if you want to be a sponsor. We have a whole bunch of different options for sponsors there. Also, hotel booking links, so I know everybody wants that one too. There are the DoubleTree in Abilene downtown. It's a 4-star hotel. There's no 3-star or other 4-star hotels in the Abilene Loop. If you wanted to go to another hotel, they're not any cheaper and they're all 15 minutes away. So use this one. And if we want to run out of room space, we can always add more. But the sooner we are able to let the venue know that, then the more room space they can book us. Also for our Friday event, what we are doing with that one is we are partnering with the CVB. They are throwing money at the event for us. We have 3 local vendors. One of them it's called Jumpin' Tents. They are going to be providing inflatable carnival games for anybody who wants to participate in them. Also a dunk booth. I know Jake has volunteered to sit in the dunk booth. If anybody wants to do that, throw a ball and dunk them. I'll start charging for that eventually.
That'll raise some money.
That'll raise some money. The other thing is all of the events Friday are going to be free for any participants. So we're going to be working with the city, the CVB, to do shout outs to everybody in the community, inviting them out as well to participate. So we've got, like I said, we've got carnival games. We're going to have axe throwing with one of the local axe throwing vendors down there. We're also going to be doing jelly ball. So those are like the little airsoft like water balls. We're going to do 5v5 if anybody wants to participate in that, and shooting galleries. So all of that's going to be there. It's going to be free for community, for delegates, for anybody who wants to show up. The hotel's also going to be, we're working with the hotel that they're going to be providing like hamburgers and hot dogs if you wanted to purchase something, that type of food. That goes towards our food and beverage as well. And if you buy one of our event tickets, you get one of those meals for free. So it comes with that. We're also inviting out hopefully a couple dozen vendors, local businesses, so that they can come out. They can sell some of their stuff at our event. They can, engage with the community, engage with libertarians out there as well. I know there's like hat makers, boot makers, whiskey makers, all that kind of stuff down there. We're getting a list from the CVB again. They're going to be providing that kind of stuff for that. Let's see, what else we got here? Yeah, so tickets. So we've got 4 different ticket packages on there. We tried to keep the price. It's lower than the not early bird last year, but it's still, you still get a lot with it. So we also have, if you don't, you can do that as well. Pick as many as you want. What else we got on here? Like I said, sponsors, if any of you are interested in that one. We've got the Midway. We're calling it the Frontier Midway. Like I said, we're going to be inviting out local community. We do have a permit that we have to get through the city because it's technically on city property. It's not actually with the hotel itself. That's just bureaucracy. You got to sign all the stuff on there. It's like $100, whatever. But yeah, so all that's going to be, this is going to be, we're going to have a new website link. I think we're going to go with like Frontier Midway that we're going to give the CVB in the city. Is say here, use this to promote, and that'll take residents, anybody within Abilene directly to this page. They're not going to care about the rest of our speakers. If they navigate there off this page, great. Otherwise, it's all right here. It's going to lay out everything we've got there. Also for our debate on Friday, we don't know who's going to be in the debate yet because, well, that filing starts today for any for any candidates that are interested in running. Oh, that's blinding. But we are also partnering with Free. If anybody's seen his YouTube, his X, Are You Smarter Than a Politician? He just did the Florida convention. He had 50,000 live views during that debate there as well. He's going to come out and he's going to do our debate Friday. So whoever we end up getting in the debate, there'll be live broadcasts to all over the U.S., and that'll be a good draw there as well. It's more like a game show style debate where it's not looking for 2-minute responses. It's yes, no, give me a short response. And so hopefully that's going to bring a lot of extra there as well. Like I said, all that Friday stuff, all the Friday events, that's going to be free for anybody who wants to come on out. I know we're also looking at reaching out to like the local Air Force base or the Air Base to try and get some of them out there too. hotel and travel information. It's going to have the link to like I said, it's going to have the link to the hotel, booking information. We're going to be putting up additional maps on there for parking. So there is a parking lot that is outside the venue. When we selected the venue, it was free. The city owns that parking lot, and they decided they wanted to start charging people to park in their city, and that was the first parking lot they decided to put on there. But we're working with the CVB on that one to make that parking lot free for us for that whole weekend. So again, hopefully there's no impact. It's a small little setback. It's just stuff that we have to go through this. So those are some of the things behind the scenes, transparency-wise, what we're dealing with there. The permit was an additional add-on there too. And then some of the room layouts, they got wrong, so we're working with them on that one to make sure that we actually have what we had requested, had we agreed to, so that we can fit everybody in there without having any problems. Yeah, so I'm probably gonna have lots of questions, but any questions? Yes, Sean.
So you're hosting the event, inviting the local community out.
Yes.
Is there any plans to have a booth or a table at our own event to sort of, if people have questions?
Sure. So we will have inside the hotel, right by the business meeting area, we'll have where all of our sponsors are. So that's where anybody, and we'll have our own table as well. So LP Texas will have our own table. I know that we're probably going to have like a legislative table as well. We're going to have some of those requests. I looked back at the past couple of conventions and they didn't sell out of all of their booths. So I don't think that's going to be a problem, just to pick one or two for our own use. CVB's also offered to have a table out there so they can give people general information about the city. And then the Friday event for the vendors, those are going to be outside. So those vendors are going to be paying for a table just for Friday evening, just outside. It's not going to be inside next to the business area.
Right.
If we want to put a table out there, if somebody wants to go stand by it, I mean, it's a very long stretch of sidewalk / road, so there's plenty of room if we just want to stick one out there. Does that answer your question?
Kind of.
Can you clarify then?
But it answers my question.
Okay.
It doesn't answer whether you're going to do it. You said someone can do it.
I mean, are we going to do it? A lot of that's going to depend on how much volunteer staff we have to man all of this.
Okay.
We will need to have volunteers for the Friday event as well. That is one of the requirements that we have to staff, like the different little things that we're renting. But so that is in the works. Who is next?
Can I interject for a second? On behalf of the
Yes.
city, to say we would love to have volunteers.
Yes.
To blanket the place and hand out brochures and talk to everybody. So
Yep.
ideally, that's what we would have. 5 of us can't do all that, so yes, the more the merrier. If we have the people willing to do it, we'd love to talk.
And my goal is to have at least 200 to 300 people from the community come out to the Friday event and participate and enjoy all that stuff. That's my goal. If we can hit that and go above it, it's even better.
Who's the vendor that's doing the entertainment stuff on Friday?
Free? Which entertainment stuff? We have several different vendors. So Jumpin' Tents is a local Abilene party. They're the ones doing Jump and Tents.
Are they gonna? My concern is, will they let us run?
Will they let us run?
Or are they gonna make us ran because it's past tense?
Nice setup. Nice. All the dad jokes as well. And on that note.
I don't have to answer you now.
I know the timer already went off. I don't really have a question. I should say this looks awesome. Thank you, gentlemen, for your work on this. It's a big deal. I've run a bunch of conventions, and this is badass. Thank you.
Last but not least, Mr. Wilford for policy.
Go buy tickets.
Right?
Already sent it to you.
If you have to explain it, it's no longer fun.
Okay, because I was like,
John went for best meeting attire.
Right. Who wants to recoup some agenda time? I'm gonna do my part. It's gonna be up to y'all to do yours. So the bulk of the committee's report is gonna be the motions as already presented. and voted on the forums. That's been put out there. Just to give you a little insight into kind of our strategy up till now and moving forward. The first thing we did is go through the entire policy, divide and conquer, and try to see what still made sense, what didn't make sense, and rewrite that bit. We are through with that portion. So moving forward, the things that we still have left on our agenda are to look at a few financial policies, which I've already mentioned to Joe. We're going to be trying to get him involved in that and write the policy. Yeah, you can get a shirt like that at shoplptexas.org. Org. So,
It says it right there.
I can't see it. So, anything else? You've been great. Thank you.
We are ahead of schedule. That is awesome. The at this point, if there are any announcements from SLEC members, yes.
With the recent release of the one of the Dallas Goldback, which is a alternative currency that actually uses gold in its production. I've currently worked on a draft for a resolution for support of it, and I'm currently have a draft for it, and I'm aiming to put in a workshop for it on the forum, more likely on Monday.
Great, that sounds good. Any other announcements that we need to make on that, Jesse?
Actually, this one is on behalf of Kate, who stepped out this afternoon. So Kate has a lot of things going on the home front right now, and so she asked me to just inform the body that she has resigned from the convention committee. She is hopeful that maybe she will be able to re-engage at some point, but right now she just does not have the bandwidth with things going on in the personal life. So. But she is available for questions to bounce things off of and all of that stuff. But she asked me to share that with you guys.
Yes, Mr. Dar.
If you hate yourself and want to learn more about the LNC type stuff, I do a monthly members meeting. My next one is Monday at 8 p.m. My link for that goes on X and Facebook and all of that, and you can ask me anything there. To hear about all the terrible things that go on and the work that just goes on to get everything actually working. So I say that because it just feels like I'm always running uphill to get anything going. And if you want to see Are You Smarter Than a Politician, you can see Pat Ford and I next Friday will be on Are You Smarter Than a Politician. That'll be my second appearance. The first one was a lot more fun than I thought it was going to be. So I'm excited to hear that they're going to be there. I was just that game show was a lot of fun that I have at the convention. You want to see that?
Great. Yes, girl.
Harris County's brunch is on the 16th and 15th, and on the 14th is our happy hour at 1886. 1886. At both events, I'm hoping we're going to have our senatorial candidate, Ted Brown, and gubernatorial candidate, Patrick Dixon. I don't know, I hate saying him, I know him as Pat, but to come out and to encourage, if anybody in the Harris County or nearby counties are interested in running for political office, come now. Because you only have, at that time, 3 weeks before you have to turn in your paperwork. Right. But if you're interested, please contact Ted Brown statewide if you're interested in running for office. We need to get some candidates.
And any other office.
And any other office, I'm sure he can direct you to the right people.
Yes. Sure. Yeah, Jessica.
Yeah. This one's on behalf of myself. I'm still trying to put together a campaign team for my run for HD 15. So if anybody would like to volunteer for my campaign in any capacity, please come talk to me and I will get you plugged in. Thank you so much. You were running.
Woo. Thank you. Any other announcements from the floor? Okay, cool. I don't know if this counts as an announcement or not, kind of is, but kind of not. But I just wanted to say, for the sake of any of y'all that felt kind of bum rushed by that budget vote, that was certainly wasn't the intent. But I'm not alone. You heard from Mr. Sparkman, you heard from Mr. Pierce. So you've got staff and committees. It's very demoralizing to the people that are spending the time to write these reports and get themselves prepared for these meetings to come and then realize from the nature of the questions that are being asked that many people did not come to the meeting prepared. And so it's not trying to be rude, not trying to be mean, not trying to exclude anybody, but I guess I'm announcing that as long as I'm chair, I am it's going to get more like this. We're going to move in the direction of coming prepared, doing our homework, having the lengthy, I don't know how I feel about this, but I feel like we need to talk about it, discussions on the online forums or calling specific Zoom meetings to hash those things out so that when we're here, it's very bullet point. This is what we've been doing. This is what we need help with. These are the decisions we need to make, and this is where we're headed. That's how we want these meetings to run. So just be on notice, not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but we need these meetings to go forward. It's a large, diverse body. Sometimes I've had meetings as a select member more than as chair, but where I come in, I'm unprepared, in which case I just kind of let the people who were prepared make the decisions. I'll vote if I feel like I don't understand it, and I'll just abstain if I don't feel like I understand it. But we will only grow the party by working harder than we've been working to watch it resolved by attrition. But the good news is that to the extent we're able to do that, then the more we grow the party, we'll get more efficient at all of this stuff. We'll just keep getting better. And that's what we want, right? We want to start winning. That would be nice. And I think I personally, when it comes to national stuff or other state affiliate stuff, I don't want to know, really. I will try to stay out of that. But from the bits and pieces I get from other members who do care and do pay attention or do serve, in spite of their self-preservation mechanisms, I feel like Texas has a real opportunity, and then depending on how you're wired, you might see that as a responsibility to set the tone, to be the affiliate that is doing it right and is growing, and then ultimately, as we get better at growing, winning. I think if we can do that, we might be able to turn the whole friggin' operation around by example, leading by example and leading by the front. So let's fucking go. That's my announcement. If there's any final word, okay, man, I must have triggered something. What?
If there's anybody who has any questions about the communication segment of the budget or anything in my part of the report, you can always talk to me.
Yes, here. Yeah, feel free.
Public comment?
Thank you for that. Any other announcements? Or hold on a second. Any other announcements from select members about stuff? Okay, we're going to public comments. I see Mr. Benedict here.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Wes Benedict from Williamson County. I just want to announce that Pat Dixon is going to run for governor. And as of like 11:30 last night, thanks to Nolan, we reached the $3,750. Many of you donated, so just want to thank you all. We're looking for more statewide candidates, and I think we can raise more funds and get more filing fees paid. So we have some tentative folks lined up, but if you're thinking about maybe running for a statewide office, come talk to me or Ted or someone. We need lieutenant governor, railroad commissioner, comptroller, and land commissioner, and attorney general. I think we're going to get a few of them, but we need a couple more. So come talk to me if you're interested in running for something like that. Thank you.
Thanks, Wes.
Thank you, Wes. Wes Rush.
Anybody else?
Well, Mr. Polsky.
Two things real quick. One, from the convention committee thing, I wanted just to toss in there as well. We're going to have all the documents that people need access to up on the website. So all those links, all those new forms that you guys are building, please let me know when those are done so I can put them on there so everybody can just go to one place for them, and I'll have to put all the
committee reports on there too, so again, anybody can just go and find everything they need. Second, I am running for county commissioner at Lamar County.
Yeah.
Yay!
I am 2/3 of the way for my filing fee. It's $750 because it's a small little tiny county. I plan on paying the whole rest of it myself if I need to, but anybody who would like to donate, I do have a website out there, nathanforliberty.com.
How much more do you need?
It's like $200, I think.
What's the website again?
nathanforliberty.com. FOR.
Does anybody want to just go right now? I'll do 50 right now if we can. Anybody?
I'll do 50.
There you go.
Okay. We got you. We got you.
Thank you. The current county commissioner ran unopposed last term, so I plan on giving them a run for their money. There may be a Republican in the race. I don't know. We'll see. There's a Democrat right now who's currently in office.
Wow. All right. Thanks, Nathan. Anna?
I would love to be able to include more events and articles in the newsletter that goes out every month. So if you have something you would like to submit, please don't be afraid to submit it. I will obviously edit if needed be. But it's a newsletter at lpfixes.org.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. So send in your articles, pictures, copy text, whatever you'd like included, and I'll take a look at it and actually include it. Links to anything, but even local events. Like, let me put it in there.
Ms. Lehman.
Yeah. So I just want to. Well, first of all, I would just like to say, I really appreciate the work that y'all are doing. It's come up a couple times about that. This is the group that has stayed and done all the work. I really appreciate it. I show up at these meetings because I care about this, and y'all are kicking it. So I really appreciate it for real. Also, we are putting together a multi-county Christmas party, and it will be in Austin County, and Candace is the one heading that up. We don't have a graphic for it yet, but we will. Candace is out of town. But we want to invite everyone, if you can make it to, we were there in Belleville. It is going to be adorable. That town is amazing, and all the Christmas lights will be lit, and Candace has a really great bed and breakfast space where we'll have the event, as far as I know. If you can make it, please come out. We would love it.
Send it to me.
It is, well, let's not get carried away. It's December 6th, it's on a Saturday, and it looks like we'll do like from 4 to 6 or 3 to 6 around there. When the graphic comes out, I'll have more details. Like I said, Candace is out of town, but it'll be Washington County, Fayette, Candace is Austin. I'll be there. Yes. And, Jacob Bradley, are you in on this with us? Did Candace text you?
Yeah, we're going to be there at Scott and Fort Benton next week.
Yeah, so just y'all come out, especially y'all from Houston. It's not that far. So
it's outside the loop.
All the country people are not.
Yeah.
It's
outside the other one too.
Outside the
Right.
the Parkway.
Are we doing the
Thank you, Judy. What? Mr. Westbrook?
I motion to adjourn.
We gotta take the picture.
Oh, yes. Stick around. We want to take a group picture.
This debate is you can't debate motion to adjourn.
All of us, yeah.
No, you cannot.
No, it's up or down. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor of adjourning? Anybody opposed?
I love you guys.